showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
It's We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closer. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, and it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, and it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime.
A hard-fought battle to start off the first 3 days of Phase 2 here for PMPL 23 for Europe, as we now have Gladiators sat at the top of the team that is looking to take out everybody else. But who's going to rival them in the next 3 days? We're about to find out. My name's Kalaris, your host, and joining me, I've got Max Moon, the man, here to my left-hand side. How are you doing, friend?
I'm great. I've replaced Janiro and her massive chair. Finally, I took her place, and I can try and catch up on the prediction game because even though prediction game in terms of ratio, I'm still first place. No bragging, but you know, I'm still up there. So I've got to bring back some points today. We'll see.
One thing's for sure, she did have a massive chair.
She did.
It was big. Jeez Louise. All right, well, let's talk about everything that's going to be going on. Of course, we've got the socials that you guys can check out over at home as well. You got TikTok, you got YouTube, you got Twitch, you got Facebook. You might even have Instagram, and Maxman might even interact with you at home. How are you feeling about that, Max?
Nah, I don't reply to comments. I don't want to. I don't like it. Nah.
He just likes his own posts. And also, he likes to give away skins as well. If you're interacting as well, you might get your chance at some goodies down the line, right, Max?
Yeah, if you just follow Esports PUBGM EU over on Instagram, you might win some skins. And also, if you do go check out the most recent giveaway post, you tell us which player you think will become the MVP of this PMPL season. You'll be entered automatically to enter the giveaway and then to potentially get one of these skins of your choosing. So do it now.
Easy peasy, easy peasy. And also, we actually do have a survey that is ongoing as well, so make sure to go fill that out. Give us your feedback as to how you're enjoying PMPL EU 23 or the other regions as well. You know what? Just chuck it all in there. Chuck it all in, Max, because we want to hear everything.
And I did check, by the way, there's not an option to say we don't want Maxman on the show, okay? I saw you talk about that with Ginny. That is not there. Well, I'll ask if we can do it next time for the next survey, but no one will vote for that. Actually, yeah, people will vote for that. Yeah.
I was going to say, what if you get like a resounding no, we still want Maxman? That would like boost your confidence, ego.
I'll just give them like, do you want Maxman on the show? Like just 2 yes boxes. Like that's it.
Good idea. Don't give them the no option. All right. Well, let's take a look at the schedule for today because there's no no's here. There's only yes, yes, yes. 5 yeses, in fact, as we're going to have double Erangel, double Miramar, and a single Sanhok to sandwich things all up together here, Max. So a lot of focus on Erangel, especially here for today. These teams to try and get themselves some points on the board.
Yeah, Shockwave going to be like, funny, just one Sanhok is going to be available because they just despise that battleground. But you know what? You got to get good on every single one of them. You got an even split of Sanhok, of Miramar, and Erangel. So it's not an excuse anymore, Shockwave. We need to see some results coming in on that battleground. But yeah, Erangel in particular, going to have 2 today. There's some teams that we'll talk about later that I want to see step up in terms of stats over there. So we'll see how it's going to go.
And there's also teams that you want to talk about as well, Max. Let's talk about, I think it is Gladiators that you're going to be looking at as we go over to the desert.
Yeah, to the desert. So this was our last Miramar of day number 3 of Phase 2. And in this position, you're looking at the circle, instantly you're going to see a lot of major issues. So for example, all the angles that ARR currently have, most of them in the circle except for Access. And also on the right side, you're going to be having the side, on the right side, you've got Tapok. There's also a little bit hidden over there in the shadows. And Gladiators just thinking to yourself, okay, with so many angles, it's going to be really rough for them to get himself in against such a strong position of ARR to get himself in circle and play this game. The cool thing though is that you got Kitsune as your IGL, and as we know, Kitsune can do some really big brain moves every once in a while. Oh, well, once in a while. Pretty often, I got to say, okay, this guy's definitely out there when it comes to IGLing. And looking at the players, as I said, you had yourself 2 players that were currently standing as a solo. So you had yourself Access and also Tapok. So Gladiators, what they do, with all the information that's been granted to them by our Lord and Savior, Kitsune has been given information that, okay, Tapok is solo, let's send Tixi and Matic, the 2 fragging duos of the team of Gladiators, over onto Tapok. And if we eliminate Tapok, this instantly enables you to have 2 angles and a foothold in the circle, which they didn't have before that moment. So Tapok instantly goes down. Because of that, also now Tixi and Matic have control of this ridge line, so they're a lot safer in this circle currently, and they can also deny that res coming out onto Tapok. So mollies, nades, you say it, they're going to be coming out. That res not going to be coming through anytime soon. And during that time, you can see Kitsune is slowly but surely just descending down in the valley to try and bring a little bit more support and assistance to his team. And during that time, this is something that I just love so much about Gladiators, and I think something, Kalaris, they've improved on so significantly in this second phase, is these splits in the late game are just so aggressive. You can't do anything against them pretty much because look at this. Kitsune, great angle, making sure Elementrix and Becca cannot really support assist onto Access position, and during that time, Tixi and Matic are just going to send everything they have really onto Access to potentially eliminate him. So those triangles, really strong, and the setup is good, and they turn this fight then from a 3v4 into a 3v3. Access, you'll be able to see it in just a few seconds time, will get knocked and flushed away. So then they turn that 3v4 into a 3v2 thanks to a great call from Kitsune in a game that really I think a lot of teams would fail at securing in the bag. And then you're going to see Access does go down eventually after Tixi and Matic go for the push. Elementrix and Becca just kept outside in the blue zone, can't really do anything, and I think Kitsune gets a fantastic nade to lock up that game, and that's the chicken dinner for Gladiators. And yeah, games that they shouldn't really win after their step up in this second phase. They're currently in first place, and they're a very momentum-based team, so I just don't see them slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah. And one thing that I was seeing whilst I was watching that again is obviously you need to have a decent amount of utility going into these final circles. It seemed like all of the utility pressure was on the side of Gladiators, whilst for their opponents, not so much. And in those kind of scenarios, I think you have to have nades, you have to have mollies to try and react to what your opponent's throwing at you, surely.
Exactly. I mean, if you don't have those smokes, then Kitsune is not going to be able to scout as efficiently that position. And if you don't have those mollies and nades, Tapple potentially gets rezzed, and then you're in a 2v2 over that ridge, and potentially you don't take that game. So we said it for, I don't know how many seasons now, Kalaris, but that utility in the late game, no, pretty good.
Yeah, very, very important indeed. Thanks for that breakdown, Max, here. As we continue things on, we can take a look at some of the teams that have been able to rise quite nicely in the form of Excuse Me from Phase 1 to Phase 2, because obviously, I think when we looked at them in Phase 1, Max, I don't think they were impressing us that much, kind of a bit of middling performances coming out from Excuse Me. However, here in Phase 2, they've been more present, especially in the last day or two here of Phase 2.
Yeah, Havlik has been doing some good stuff overall for the team. Beck, I mean, they're just such a humble team. No, Beck didn't even remember the chicken dinner he got because he's just thinking of the future. You know, he doesn't care about the previous wins. But yeah, I mean, a step up from a team that was in the middle of the pack in Phase 1, and it's good to see. We saw many teams actually step up pretty significantly in these second ones. I think that their first chicken dinner, I think this one on Miramar was maybe a little bit easy for them to take, but the Erangel that I think we'll see in this potential highlight right after, that was a really good controlling game because teams, I think, did a lot of mistakes in the southern edge, and they just took full control of that game. So yeah, they've been looking really strong, and Havlik in particular has been a top fragger in Phase 2.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that they couldn't remember the wins, because I was distraught halfway through that interview with them. I'm like asking them these questions like, oh yeah, so looking at this game on Erangel, what was the most important part of it for you? They're like, we won? Yes, yes, you did win, yes. Bloody hell.
I had a media day with Beck, and he took a little bit of time to remember the games. But you know what? It's fine. It's okay. Just focusing on the game, what's in front of him, that's fine.
I'm gonna get them. Anyway, yeah, so that is Excuse Me here. A great rise from them so far here for Phase 2. Now let's move on to MUERTE, who, unfortunately for them, hasn't quite had the rise. I mean, it is difficult to rise from where they were in Phase 1, Max, of course, but it's been a little bit of a stumble. I do contribute this almost to the fact that the rest of the lobby has kind of leveled up around them from phase to phase, but what's your take on MUERTE here?
The thing is that MUERTE still have good eliminations. 4.1 average elimination per game is still a really strong average to have. And if you're looking at their stats currently, they have 50 elims over the course of 3 days of Phase 2, which is good, but only 25 placement points. And they were known in Phase 1 for being a team that would always make into the late game, would have such a dominant presence in those later circles. It's just not been happening as of recently. So yeah, I want to see them survive a little bit longer as a 3-4-man team, and they have the firepower to back it up in these final circles. But my question from me to you, Kalaris, is, are MUERTE a 10th place team?
Absolutely not. Well done, Max. I appreciate that. They should not be in 10th place at present. I do think that even if you're not attaining like number 1, number 2 in a phase or something like that, there is no world where a Phase 1 MUERTE should be outside the top 5. Looking at how they were able to take team fights, how they were able to get some very cheeky rotations going as well, because it's not like they were finding themselves center circle in a lot of those scenarios, Max. They were coming in kind of late sometimes, playing the edge, and even the telestration that I broke down midway through the last 3 days, you're just watching these decisions they're making, and I'm like, you're not a 10th place team. What's going on here, Max?
I think that you can see some similarities between MUERTE and MADBULLS in the sense that they're still doing some really good plays. As you said, that telestration clip on their angle, I think that they had a great push-up. They just took a game that I think shouldn't have been theirs in the first place. But also, you had so many other teams have a massive rise. Like we talked about Sly, about Excuse Me. Major Pride and Gladiators, they had a slow startup, but now they're just popping off in these games. They're getting so many eliminations. Like even games where Gladiators go out in, I'm seeing games where they go out in 5th, 6th, 7th. They still get 4, 5, 6 eliminations. So it's just so much rougher. currently this lobby in phase 2 because the teams that struggled at the start are not struggling anymore. So it's not that they've become worse, maybe they're struggling a little bit more, but so many other teams have stepped up that it's just so much harder to beat a team at the top.
Yeah, it makes it difficult when you've got teams like Sly, as you say, joining that top pack and really kind of making a name for themselves, likewise along with Excuse Me. But beyond that, now let's take a look and focus down on Erangel, because we have 2 of them here today, and that will be our first battleground here for the day. And as is to be expected here, Max, MADBULLS is still kind of ruling the roost when it comes to the overall numbers. These are numbers for phase 2, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Just for phase 2. If this was the entire tournament, I would be really impressed with these stats. These are actually almost everyone here on about 5 elim average over on Erangel is mental. But this is the thing you're looking back at. No, MADBULLS are doing good there, but MUERTE too, they're still bringing points in. The thing is, on the other battlegrounds, Gladiators, Major Pride have been doing just so much better in terms of how many points they brought home. So Erangel, sure, MADBULLS, MUERTE are doing well, but how about your Miramars? How about your Sanhoks? You need to get points there too.
I haven't crunched the numbers on the other battlegrounds, Max, but it does feel like the French are doing pretty well on Erangel as well. You see Shockwave and Gladiators there as well, and I think, especially for Shockwave, I want to say, for my money, they had the best team's performing game of the entire tournament so far on that Erangel, where they were chasing into ruins and putting on the pressure. If they can replicate those kind of solutions, those kind of engagements and plays, I think they could eventually be top 3, but they'd have to iron things out on other battlegrounds. What do you think?
I agree. It's so sad though for me, because back in PMGC when Game Lord was doing well, I was not there, and when they're doing well in this second phase, I'm not here. I don't know what's happening on that side. They just don't want to be getting those big games when I'm here, apparently. But yeah, they've had a major step up. And really cool thing actually from Game Lord is that we've seen Robs actually top the table. I think he's currently 2nd MVP position for the second phase, when normally you would see Narvalo, normally you would see Victor. And I think similar for Shockwave, we saw actually Snowix had a really big pop-off day. So yeah, we're seeing players that maybe a little bit more silent actually start fragging out, which I think that helps for the overall team play and synergy of the team when you need to be aggressive in a lobby like this.
Yeah, these teams are becoming more well-rounded as time goes on, especially with how the lobby has leveled up from year to year here for Europe. Now let's take a look at the overall rankings before we get into our first games for the day. Gladiators still number 1 at the moment here after leapfrogging some of the teams just at the very end of the first 3 days of phase 2. Major Pride, Sly, and Excuse Me will round out that top 4 here, Max. What do you make of it?
I mean, I've been actually rewatching the previous VODs, and one point you brought up for Gladiators, and it's just a quick point to make, is that it's really rare to see an IGL be so dominant in a phase like this. And he is currently MVP. He's been top frag. He's been up there. For an IGL to do that is very impressive, but of course the entire team is backing him up. But for, of course, second place team, also Major Pride, it seems like the setup for Monkey, for Effect more in particular, has been put into place. So when Effect is set up for success, you know Major Pride can hold on to these top positions.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity here. Some of the teams down towards the bottom, Dagestan and KONINA Power, I would like to see do a little bit more. Max, I know that you were kind of a big proponent of Dagestan to be able to try and do well here coming into the tournament, but it's not quite materialized from it. And even there were some moments in the first 3 days of phase 2 where I'm like, okay, they should have a win here maybe, and it just did not happen. It was a little bit unfortunate.
I'm gonna say it, okay, Dagestan, one of my favorite teams. Reason why, you predict them and Imbo Boom's just running in circles over on Sanhok. You know, that made me happy. I had a smile on my face during that game.
Oh.
No. I mean, you were fuming that game, but otherwise, Shifu is a really good player. I think that they still need to take a little bit more control in these late game circles. I think they might be sometimes scared to do so, but the potential is there, especially with Shifu and his experience. So yeah, I think this is a team that maybe needs a little bit more time to get there, but the potential is there for them to be at least in the championship. A top 8 in the finals, I think, is possible for them.
I guess while we have a few more moments before we actually get into this game, I will ask you, coming into this next 3 days of phase 2, which teams do you have your eyes on? Which teams do you think are going to be able to either challenge for the top spots that may not necessarily be there already, or do you expect some of those up at the top to continue the performances? What do you think, Max?
You know what? I'm going to be blank 2.0 and say I want to see Sly potentially remain on top. I've been talking about Sly since the end of phase 1, and I saw that Blank has also been talking about them quite a bit. I think they have some, don't get me wrong, they have some games that were just given to them 100% for free, but I think they're also a team that, when given the situation, can have some pretty good finishes. So if they find themselves in a good position, they have the players to back it up. I think they're a team that is looking really strong, and the way they rotate and third party too has been really interesting, and that's been since day 1 pretty much. I remember third party from Slider was really well executed, so I think this is a team that can potentially remain at the top in the second phase. So yeah, currently 102 points, 1 point behind Major Pride. I'd like to see if they can remain on top, or unfortunately it could happen if they fall off. That would be an unfortunate run of events.
They've definitely ironed out consistency, that's for sure. I mean, especially when you get yourself a chicken dinner on the bot and 17 eliminations as well, that is obviously going to provide you a huge boon, a huge boost to be able to move up these tables as they do stand. Well, Max, not only is it us here, but it's also Monster Energy here that is providing us all of that fuel, all of that gamer goodness to be able to move on and do well in these games. I'm sure all of these players as well, checking out a cheeky monster here and there. Max, are you going to make us a monster cake or maybe some monster cupcakes? What's going on over there?
I think I learned from my previous mistake of making a cake green and having a green screen that showed up invisible last time. But I actually got a can over there. I forgot to bring it, so I'm going to bring it for the next segment. But it's not the green can, because then you can see it on screen. It's pretty cool.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you very much, Max, and thank you to everybody tuning in around the world. It is now time to head over to our commentators here to bring you the grassy pastures to start things off. It's John and Blank.
That is right. It is John and Blank. We are here for the grassy pastures, ready and raring to go for the second half of Phase 2. The Gladiators still top of the pack. The only they won't have to face off against one of the. Oh, you're right. You're getting in position.
I was
won't
quite
have to face
small. Yeah, I'm tall. I promise.
Want me to shimmy down?
Yeah, okay. We could like just be peeking over.
What I'm getting at is Major Pride isn't playing this time around. And Sly Europe, excuse me, Gladiators, these are the three teams at the top who are going to be hopefully not slipping down the tables as we slip off the screens here. First game.
Absolutely. Oh, he's actually fallen off his chair.
I'm having problems.
I'm still moving further down. It's fine. It's okay. Like you say, you don't. Thank you. I appreciate whoever did that. You know, I'm just a floating head now. That's all right. That's absolutely fine. As long as it works. But yeah, you don't want to be one of the teams that's slipping off the top side. I think there are a couple of teams now as we head in towards our last 3 days of Phase 2. We're finishing this off, capping it off with a Vikendi over towards those snowy apartments. So obviously this is going to be a time for a lot of these teams to really pump it up towards that 12th place position. Dagestan currently at 65 points on that bubble at the moment, but they've got a nice little lead towards the bottom side with KONINA Power behind them with 49 points, so it's still pretty decent there. It's really these top teams that we're looking at the moment, John, isn't it really? It's Gladiators, Major Pride, Sly Europe, excuse me, and Game Lord, all doing fairly well for themselves. And you know, there's a conversation we've been having for quite some time about Gladiators just being very consistent. It's starting to pay off now as teams make mistakes. They branch out here and there, but Gladiators have just been chunking away at those points every single time, like an archaeologist with their little tools just chipping away at that points lead.
Slow and steady, winning the race for the Gladiators so far. They got 18 bonus points off Phase 1. This phase, they're set for a large total there as well. And with the MADBULLS and MUERTE sort of nowhere to be seen around them, it is really Major Pride at the moment that is vying for the contest, even just on the bonus points, looking further ahead towards the finals.
Yeah, it's really nice to see at the moment. I think I made some predictions towards the beginning of this tournament, actually. I think we were asked for some of them, and my predictions were basically Gladiators, Major Pride, and MADBULLS. I can't quite remember the exact order, but those are the teams I expected to be up towards that top side. Major Pride, I was a little bit worried about them, bit concerned at the beginning of the tournament, but they have certainly brought things around. I think they were the team that had the most improvements to make, the most adjustments to make as well, but they have made them as this tournament's gone on. I think they've become quite a strong team. And you know, sometimes when you are split up from your mates, from your friends that you've had so much success with in the past, it does take a little bit of time to figure out, like, right, we've got these two new lads on the team, we've got to make it work alongside them. And I think Nomi has done a great job fitting into that team alongside with Dino. So I think Major Pride's got big things ahead of them. Not in this game particularly, because they won't be playing, which means Nova Rep Noia is open currently, John, which might be a decision for some of these teams over on the eastern side of the map at the moment. Avalanche might want to make that rotation down towards Novo. Nexus also in a decent rotation there, but a lot of times we do see them take that boat rotation off from the south side of MUERTE Power down towards the south side of Sosnovka.
South side, hopefully going to provide a little bit of safety on the rotation. Split drop still tense for Team Doom and Gladiators. around that bridge, but Tixi a little bit safer. We've seen the Gladiators sometimes go a little bit too far and lose a couple of players on this bridge in these sort of situations. I'm looking a lot at this sort of northern set of teams up towards Yasnaya and Roshok about where are they going to go on a circle like this.
Yeah, you're right, John. 100%. It's like, where do you want to make your way in? Which positions do you want to take up? I think the MADBULLS in particular, they've been getting a little bit roasty on these rotations so far. It's not going too well for them, and I think that they need to figure out a better rotational path, because before that they would just barrel through the lobby, right? And that was fine. That worked out for them. Anyone that got in their way certainly wasn't in their way by the time they were finished. So I think for MADBULLS, now is the time to be a bit more tactical, and that certainly was something that they learned in their time when they were playing as that separate unit over back in the day. Now it's pretty much just Zerich that remains, and he needs to bring that experience, bring that veteran side of experience back to the team, figure out how they want to go from here. Team Doom already taking at least one knock here, with Gladiators still making their way through, but AAR hot on their heels behind them, and Kitsune realizes this and needs to come to the rescue.
They are all starting to cross this bridge now, getting to the far side. Goldie steps up with a nade, a little bit overzealous when you know there's a player on the wall there. Caught on the outside, and Meku into the hills for the Gladiators. Phantom wants that res. Zeus nowhere to be seen at the moment. ARR are careening across in the meantime. Tixi wants to close this one down fast so they can change their tack. Phantom bears the brunt of it as Meku shuts it down and finds the second as well for the flush. Looking over towards Team Doom. It's not going to go well, but Matic gets rolled up on. Elementrix getting suppressed off position, but I think that's Matic done and dusted.
Yeah, I think they took a little bit too long here. And with Kitsune, I don't think you need to remain behind in those yellows. Yes, he can play backstop, but the amount of teams that are going to send their way down here this early on, it's pretty dramatic. You're even seeing now Dagestan sending their way through, and Kitsune is just properly blocked off from the rest of his team. Most likely will be swimming this one out. I don't think that Meku, as well as Tixi, can afford to sit around here much longer.
To be fair, if they stay on these sides, teams from the north won't really expect there to be a three-player roster at this stage. You're holding that side of the bridge. The mainland probably achievable. ARR not going to contest it anymore, and there isn't too many people behind. Finally, Dagestan do get caught on their rotation. They just zipped through 4 teams, so probably, or 3 teams there on that bridge engagement, so probably rightly so, losing at least one.
I mean, we started this game off with 14 teams, right? And I think that is something that heavily changes the way this map plays out, considering that, you know, for Kitsune and the rest of the Gladiator squad, they maybe assumed there would be a bit more of a traffic jam up towards Gatka side as teams made their way through, but there is a lot of space on this map that's now open. This will be even more prevalent when we head over towards Miramar with 14 teams, so they can just send directly through into Sosnovka, and Gladiators aren't really protected by the fact that there will be multiple teams rushing through here and getting caught up on that western bridge. They can all just make their way down towards Sosnovka, no problemo. So for Gladiators down to 3 players, it's not the worst thing in the world. We've seen them do a lot with just 2, but I do kind of want to see this initial knock that goes over towards Gladiators that's transitioned into a flush stop happening as much. They're a team that certainly can get these chicken dinners, and yes, they're consistent, they keep putting up points, but this is a team that with the right start, with the right ball of momentum, right, I think this is a team that could be getting multiple chicken dinners on a day quite easily.
Absolutely. It's certainly in the wheelhouse. A lot of teams rotating on those boats, Blank. Dark Project on the south side. It looks like we also have Nexus moving into MUERTE. Have just had landfall over in Novo on the south side. Unicorns of Love, I don't know if they dropped onto Novo, but they are also on the south side of the island getting embroiled now with Nexus. So a lot of teams are going for that south as well, and going early.
Yeah, really getting in there. And I think that, again, we've discussed this multiple times, but there are a lot of compounds over towards the northern side of the map, which can be quickly taken up, but there is limited position down towards Sosnovka. So you want to take as much position as you can in Sosnovka, try and control that area, make sure you have one of those priority spots that will lead to a win, as opposed to hedging your bets on this northern island, right? Because you can quickly send off the bridges, head over towards no man's land, and get yourself situated quite easily. Avalanche finding some more players from Dagestan as they have made that branch out, scattering.
Oh.
Trying to get away from the mayhem, John.
Dark Project also taking their pound of flesh. Limbo Boom down. I'm going to make a John Allen prediction. I think Meds this game are going to be very, very light, and so we're going to see a lot of 3-player teams in these late circles, Blank. Everybody has moved so early that you imagine these looting spots are going to be very, very dry, and overall, there just isn't going to be that sort of amount of supply moving into the later circles within these players' backpacks.
You know, you might see even MUERTE getting a really good run of it here, though, John, just because, you know, they started in Lipovka, they moved down and over towards Novolepnoye. Dagestan finds at least one. That's Limbo Boom there, but he will be finished off by Woodson with a couple of nice stray bullets there. As I was saying, I think MUERTE is going to be a good spot. They looted up Lipovka, they moved down towards Novo. Major Pride aren't in this game, so they aren't looting Novo here, which has historically a ton of loot in it, right, on the top of the crates, as you all know if you've played in this area before. So MUERTE is going to be really nice and looted. Unfortunately, they have to make a mad dash now over towards the western side of the island. So anyone who's moved down in early is quite pleased with themselves. You even have Team Doom, who might be able to live this one out a little bit longer, but Gladiators opted for a central position. But I think from that spot, it's a little bit harder getting out from airstrip, John.
Yeah, although the Gladiators, similarly to MUERTE, despite being on 3, will have the benefit of having been able to pick through C block, pick through a lot of the military base, and now they're breaking out south. Meku's going to regroup away from it, so they're getting out of the airstrip early. So trying to assuage that difficulty that you just brought up. The question for me also is MUERTE, what route do they take westward? Because if you swing south, there's a lot of competition there, we know that.
Yeah, I think for MUERTE that you hit the nail on the head there, John, because it's going to be a bit of a difficult rotation. There's going to be a lot of teams already here. They were on the most eastern side of Sosnovica, so they do have the longest way to go. And once again, getting caught up in this nasty rotation alongside Nexus. They're split off 2 and 2. Happy J heading forward at the moment, trying to get some scouting done. They will have the pins here on Nexus. If they can clear Nexus out, though, they have the entirety of this eastern side to themselves.
Dark Project had some pretty nicely timed team nades there, putting 2 through the windows of the far building. They know there's danger afoot. Nexus, similarly wary, leaving Kapahala out in the buggy, trying to scout a little bit further south and getting ready to wrap around. Seems like they've smelled something. I want to take a diversion. In the meantime, Dark Project, Avalanche still going at it. Avalanche with 3. They did lose a player. This is right on the south side of the military island. Nobody wants to pull the trigger just yet. No team's very close for a third party, but once MUERTE and Nexus finish their dealings over on the east, it could be a hotspot for this rotation. Looks like Nexus coming off the worst on this as MUERTE try and roll through, but it's all Happy J all day down the hill. Examachina stands up for 1, sure, but the rest of MUERTE are just going to roll across this hillside. Player from Nexus up the top, trying to keep things together for Kapahala, but is going to be able to cut down 1. Has a teammate still going. Doran has been flushed. Down the hill, Malloy falls. MUERTE gets spun on.
That is really bad news. Nexus, Examachina came into this tournament looking really strong, had its first couple of 4 days of play, then looked really good off the back of it, 4 games, and they just kept him in the roster ever since. And he has been a massive boon to their side. MUERTE, I've got to feel sorry the most for Happy J there. He had such a good last stand on that hill by himself before the team came in, but unable to pick up the pieces that he had set up so nicely to topple as well. So Nexus, hugely pleased with that result. Did they lose many players? Just 1.
Yeah, they've really managed to keep that together very, very nicely. And now they can move into the Dark Project Avalanche situation. Meanwhile, MADBULLS fling themselves from the cliff sides, Blank, in a desperate bid to get closer to the bridge and try and get across eventually. KASIK team not going to be holding that far side anymore, so as soon as they can disengage from Excuse Me, who are behind them in the queue, they're going to have to head all the way south. Look at this, Havlik. I mean, this is bold. You kind of expect to be losing at least 1 and post up for a refrag there, which Beck is trying to find. Frozen will fall for it. The buggy just about taps the side and the MADBULLS stay alive. Zerich is still up, so is Fleeke. Frozen is knocked. Tulika is healthy enough to be fine here, as Excuse Me get eliminated, and MADBULLS have a clean run now to go south.
Yeah, it was very clean. Tulika in an extremely good spot there, John, as well. It would not happen if it wasn't for the fact that Tulika was up on high, took those great shots down below. But that does open things up massively now for MADBULLS over on that northwest side. This is something that Excuse tried to do quite frequently, John, which is play from the edge side. They've been finding good success from it, but MADBULLS just a little bit better in terms of that team skill.
Even Esker getting flushed out there. Woodson spray around the side, maybe looking to push a little bit closer as well. 3v3 now with that flush, and Nexus are rocking up on this side. They're going to try and control this. They know this compound has to be left, and this is exactly what I was imagining was going to happen. However, what I didn't see was GameLord wrapping around the side, and now Nexus are kind of caught out in the open. Kapahala trying to find Narvalo, but he's down behind the vehicle. It gets burnt out, sure, but there is protection, and it's an angle for GameLord in the circle. Narvalo isolated, but GameLord isolating a Nexus player of their own. Exo Machina, sure, strong for the roster, but not in this game anymore. Nexus getting flushed for one more, and now they're down to 2. Octavian on the outside trying to keep Narvalo in check.
That's the holding down there. GameLord won a limb for 4 players. Dark Project look to go against Avalanche, do find that final player now. Kapahala looking down their way, tries to take some shots through the door, hope to clip a target as they move past. Won't quite find it. Gladiators, though, still in a really decent spot, a really strong position within this circle too. I think for GameLord, if they'd finished up that engagement between them and Nexus, they would have had a huge resupply, right? Because that's MUERTE's loot from Nova and Lipovka, and Nexus's loot from MUERTE Power. It would have been so, so good for them, especially coming down from Yasnar in the first place. So they don't get the full resupply. It will be a little bit bare, but not too bad. Nexus still trying to encircle the Gladiators, but their position is so well held at the moment.
Very difficult to move on towards. This is a tricky circle, Blank, and I imagine it's not going to get any easier, even if it's a full hard shift towards the land, which it might not be. It might keep this coast in, which it will do. And Gladiators, again, they stay in that stronghold.
It's going to be hard to boot them out. This is one of the few times where we see Gladiators have to take full-on stand, but it will be the GameLord team moving up towards their position. And Gladiators will have to fight back. They find an initial knock, which is perfect, but Tixi going down is bad news.
Kitsune nearly falling, but just about holding on by a thread. It looks like, no, hang on a minute, that did in fact go through as a knock, but GameLord have to be careful. Just Meku now holding Gladiators in. GameLord, they want this to take this away. A nade around the edge from Meku. Tixi and Kitsune are split away. These flushes are going to happen. The question is when and how many of GameLord are going to survive it. Meku trying to just lob these nades in, put ordnance down range, but it's not long lasting. There's 3 players from Gladiators, no match for the 4 of GameLord.
Yeah, great push from GameLord, though. This is not something we see too frequently from them in the past, and we started to see it a lot more. That was a confident little crash onto that position. They knew it was strong. They saw Gladiators moving away, and they kind of felt like it was 3 players. For Gladiators, they did what they had to do, right, is they held all 3 buildings. It's kind of one of those Hail Mary plays where you have to have as many angles as possible, but as soon as one player goes down, the entire stack of cards comes toppling down on their heads. So I think for Gladiators, they set themselves up as best they can.
Zeus carrying in the reeds. Spot's frozen. MADBULLS taking shots of their own over towards ARR. They do have to move south, and ARR stand in one of the most important leap points for them, the compound ahead. Just to their south, you can see Tulika broken out wide, southeast side. Striker disengaging, actually going pretty close to Mihi from Unicorns of Love. I think Mihi might be down. No, he's not down the cliff, but Striker is. He's taken the tumble, banking on that one, working out for him. Trying to swim around, stay alive on the coastline. 5 eliminations for the MADBULLS, and from the north side, they are having an impact.
Yeah, 4 of those eliminations coming through over towards Excuse Me. I found at least 1 more. Someone had found that knock and then flush over towards AAR, they would have had a much better time. Mickey's actually taken the dangerous approach to move around here. Striker in the water scouting. Don't particularly think that he had to go for this one.
Well, they're both swimming now.
Straight up taking him aback.
He doesn't land the shot. Striker does have a corner there to strafe up the cliff. Oh, this high ground might catch me here by surprise. Spots the buggy. I wonder if he can get in the back seat of that and take a shot or 2. Could be cheeky. Sly Europe, meanwhile, northeast side. Dark Project take punishment from them. There's the off angle here. Okay, this is a massive high ground coming through from Sly Europe, although it's only covered on that one side pretty sparsely by the rock. It does have fantastic oversight onto this Dark Project position.
Yeah, Wait has to move away. A little bit of a rough position for them. Dark Project tried to all collapse on top of one of Sly Europe's players, but quickly back to their aid. One knock does go through over towards the Sly guys. My favourite team in this lobby at the moment. Real good improvements coming through from them so far. But the MADBULLS still hold this nice little bit of ridgeline. Funnily enough, Zeus is still in it.
Rule.
Circle moves down towards that southwest, which means that Michi, Striker, KASIK, they're all in a pretty decent position to live out this game as long as possible and maybe get some good placement positions.
I think Narvalo just went to visit on the Sly Europe outpost. Zeus is still there. Tulika does go down, so Zeus might be able to sneak something through if he's careful, although ARR rolling will be checking these angles, so it could be made a lot harder. The burnout onto ARR's position as Tulika did get flushed on out. Fleek rolling down the hill, and they are protecting Zeus right now. They're a 4-player team, and they don't even know it.
Zeus currently just chilling. Does not care at all at the moment. Wants to just take this as far as he can. They have absolutely no idea, John, where he is, but he has to stand up now. Frozen should have just spotted him through the smoke.
No.
Zerich going down is bad news. That's going to delay the MADBULLS in a bad, bad way.
ARR going to struggle now. MADBULLS are going to struggle to hold off ARR. Elementrix, even the Lone Ranger, as the rest of them say, you know what, that's going to be easy enough for just the one of us, right? We're going to be absolutely fine.
Narvalo doing real good work on this side. Sly Europe was going to be a problem in the future. The fact that they've branched out a little bit, I really like this proactive nature that we're seeing through from GameLord at the moment. This is very much needed. They realize that they found this compound quite easily just by rocking up on it right earlier on. So they want to push players out. They want to clear out sides quite easily. And this northeastern one is pretty closed off from most of the teams. So clearing out these teams on the northeast side will give them a lot of comfort going forward, John.
Wonder how fast Frozen can get over to his fallen teammates on MADBULLS. Zerich and Fleek, both near the zone, but they're going to have to push forwards. The circle is closing. They're on the fast side of it as well, so pretty tricky to navigate. Tapok goes further down the cliff. Frozen, yeah, still making that dash. This should be resable on at least one of them. I question whether both of them will be able to get in there. It's a clean sweep on predictions, and I feel rightly so on this circle. GameLord have a fantastic compound. They have great loot, as you said before, coming from Yasnaya and staying a long time there.
I think for GameLord, this game can only get better for them. I think the real threat in the distance is AAR, and I think this team has made a lot of upsets as this tournament's gone on. They're not particularly in the best position. They're right on the edge of the circle itself, and it's pretty much open ground from here over towards GameLord. So anyone that peeks their head, GameLord will be able to take shots. So AAR is going to have to play a pretty beautiful game going forward. MADBULLS as well, still going strong on that northern side. GameLord still want to keep pressuring the issue, still pushing out just a little bit. But I think for the MADBULLS, this is a survival game now.
They are on 8 eliminations, so any more placement points they can rack up, great news. They've already got good value from this game, and they'll be stepping up the tables. You can see they're 7th with 90 points. That's before the placements are assigned as well. The gap's not really that big as well. Next circle pops, keeps the coastline in, so any swimmers might be able to survive just that little bit longer, though there's a lot of angles you can take to shoot them down.
The GameLord now, all attention needs to be on this northern side. They cannot allow MADBULLS to get away with a clean rotation out of here. They can start controlling this northeast edge. They have so much room to play with. AR now looks to sweep down, remove any of the stragglers, Michi being the first here.
As shots from across the way and just gets around. That is so fortunate. I think Michi swam out and got the crate as well. So I think he's got that full level 3 right now.
He's pretty happy.
Might have saved his life just then.
Habez.
Oh no! ARR. That is really bad, actually.
Yeah, I mean, going down there pretty much means that you are going to suffer the consequences of being locked into that position, which AAR, they wanted freedom. Freedom would have been the most ideal thing for them. This was a really nice spray down from Narvalo. Felt like he'd done enough there, headed back towards the team. Really well done.
I think they... Are they looking for the res? They are. Okay. So he's not down the cliff, luckily, or managed to clamber his way up somehow. Elementrix will be able to get ARR back to fighting form. South push from the MADBULLS. They cross, and GameLord, this fade-away hill, just keeping MADBULLS safe.
Just about. MADBULLS realised that it's a tough rotation for them. I mean, they have the barest dip that is keeping them alive.
I wonder what the angles are like from ARR. Yeah, take a look at that. They are really trapped right now. Push forwards towards ARR on the coastline, who have hard rocks, or move into GameLord's territory, who have the walls and the windows to peek from.
Which is still somewhat in the circle, right? I think that's the most important thing for them. For MADBULLS, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Neither side is going to be useful to push in towards. 2 4-man teams as well. MADBULLS could have maybe made a rotation or a decision to head and crash onto a 3-man team or a 2-man squad. But in this case, there's no good decision.
Ooh. Frozen immediately. Given other ideas. Bit too big for your boots. Fleek tries to cross, get towards Frozen. He pulled them both back up, but they will not return the favor here. Not under this sort of fire. Elementrix with Fleek in his sights. Easy pick up there for ARR, and now it's just Zerich on the north side, dwindling away as the blue zone will nip at his heels. Really nothing doing there. They don't have any vehicles left. You've got to imagine their smoke supplies are running dry. GameLord probably going to have to figure out how to move out themselves though, fairly soon.
I was just going to say, with that loot crate dropping towards the middle, you know, a good play here could just be to take the vehicles that GameLord has and just make like an impromptu compound with the vehicles around that loot crate. You set yourself up pretty central. You start taking shots at anyone who starts getting pushed out from the coastal side. This could be a really good idea. Elementrix going down. Not great news for them. Nexus has also made it quite far into this game, John.
Nexus have drawn the attention of ARR, allowing Zerich to crawl forwards through the muck. On that north side of the circle, Elementrix probably needing to be invested. Shots are still going out towards Zerich, but he has some cover somehow. GameLord now mounting up. Are they going to go for that flying V compound on some of the terrain in front of them, the rocks, the crate?
I think it's needed at this point, and a quick decision to make it happen. There are so many sightlines off their way, and with MADBULLS no longer being that big distraction they needed, it has to be quick. So, you know, smokes need to be deployed as they're being right now. Over towards Nexus, trying to keep that sightline locked down. This is interesting, though. This feels more like they're going to head towards the coastal side than anything, John.
Maybe try and rock straight up on Nexus. 2 players in the vehicle to lead, Victor and Narvalo breaking out. Sightline spotted, Octavian Capahala. This is different. You're saying they're going for the coastline. I mean, looks like they might just do it. Octavian not quite able to get that first knock, and up they are.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really interesting play because it opens you up to so much damage as you approach. And I feel like, you know, if the circle centered up again, which it most likely would have done, they could have taken the center of the circle for themselves, but already Octavian finding one and Akashi getting flushed out. There's a good grenade coming through from Victor, but Tapok still has sightlines. This is really bad news.
Octavian spotted around the headland. Capahala down. Okay, GameLord can stem the flow a little bit, but they are now 3 players against 4, with Mihi swimming for years, it seems, at this point. Circle after circle, just staying alive. The Unicorns are love solo player. ARR know he's down there, but to GameLord.
I mean, they're really, to be fair to them, there wasn't much cover out in the fields, but I do think if you set up those vehicles, at that point in time, yeah, he's gone. Rob, I think he's actually just ended his own life. If he can get back up, that will be incredible, but that might have just been a throwaway. And again, I said it earlier, AR is really this unknown factor, comes out on top with these upsets all the time, John. But I do think heading towards that central area and setting up the compound would have been a better idea for GameLord. I think sending over towards this coastal side is sending over towards a doomed position.
Rob's still alive. Not out of it just yet. Next circle.
That's lucky.
Yeah, that really does keep them in the running. And Mihi's there! Oh no, GameLord had no idea. That is so unfortunate for them. What a time for Mihi to strike. Just as the circle gave them hope.
These 4 grenades are the difference maker, right? If he can hit some of these, which he does. Good amount of damage going through from Narvalo. Allows the second grenade knock to go through. This is massive. This was needed.
Huge pickup, and Tapok now needs to suppress the ridgeline. Victor knows he can't waste time. Tapok cooking the nade. Becker trying to break out wide, pills the pin of his own, but knows he needs the gun instead. Will be able to capitalize. Narvalo now left, last standing for Game Lord. Becker and Tapok across the way, and another huge nade. Bursts perfectly for Narvalo. Needs to take the back foot. Slowed down, but he's spotted behind the tree. And Mihi up into second place. What a crazy spin around here. And Mihi, I don't think he's got a way up, but he knows that he's going to be the last standing here.
I mean, it's such a... This is an area where you imagine their snakes to be, and for Robs to just be running around without a care in the world. Daisy's in his hands. He was always going to run into Mickey at some point, or someone headed down here. And again, in my mind, I felt like AR could go for an upset, and they certainly have. They've done very well, but again, Game Lord's decision to fight them on equal footing on the coast rather than just waiting for this one to center up and push them into open ground. They had vehicles. They should have used them.
Not the best result for them. Mihi, if he can sneak an angle, I mean, sure, maybe, but Elementrix stops us from wondering anymore. ARR take another chicken dinner. That's their third this phase, Blank. And you're right, this is an upset team.
They're very, very good at finding these little positions they can play in, little areas where they can make the difference. But I think Game Lord did, you know, they had the high ground, man. And usually Anakin should have fallen into the lava and it should have been over. But instead, Obi-Wan just offers him a hand. In this instance, you know, Game Lord's like, let's just fight on equal terms. And I think they could have sent out towards that crate. They could have sent the vehicles in. They could have sent out that compound and then just waited for zone 9. You know, you have enough smokes to just keep tossing them down. You're not in nade range. Eventually, AR has to move out towards open ground. I don't know, man. It felt like an interesting decision. No information either.
Very, very tricky. We won't even dwell too long on the fact that you said Obi-Wan, which I don't know where that came from. But we're going to head back over to the desk to break down that coast side climax.
That's right, AR gets themselves the victory here after, as you say, looking very good on the edges of these cliffs. And I've got Maxman to talk all about that game as well. We were having a good old discussion about this one, Max, and for Game Lord, it looked pretty decent, that compound, but then having to come out of it, maybe one or two decisions could have been different.
Yeah, I mean, really strong crash also onto Gladiators. That really, if Gladiators remained in that position and they were not breached upon, maybe we'd be looking at a Gladiators win right there. But they got himself the breach, strong position, and then they go for this full engage onto the cliffside, onto Nexus, which you know you have to push off Nexus, so you have to go with like that big firepower to actually get them off that position. But as Blank said, and we've been talking about it back and forth a lot during this game too, Kalaris, is do you keep players towards that crate or towards those tree lines inside the circle, not on the cliffside? Because if you do so, ARR can't play those high rock positions, and then they don't have that priority on the fight versus the rest of Game Lord. So I think this should have been a Game Lord win, but when you send everyone, you lose 2 players, you can't take the fight anymore.
Yeah, for me, for my money, a 1-3 split is probably the most optimal scenario they could have gone for. One on the crate to not even, you don't even have to technically shoot from that position. You just have to pose a threat and make sure that your opponents know that you're there, covering that off angle. And then as the 3 try and dislodge their opponents down to the south in the ridges, maybe then they can sweep over and cause some commotion, cause them to try and peek across that angle. But it's by the by here. I wish I'd held on my predictions for just a little longer because the cliffs are very strong, deceptively strong, as AR was able to sweep on around them. And there was no lack of threats there, Max. They had to take out quite a few people on the way to find a spot here, so they've played it well here.
I think the threats took out themselves pretty much because it was KASIK team, then you had Mihi. Well, Mihi, he remained until the very end. I don't know, Unicorns, get podium finishes when they're just in the water for like 90% of the game, it seems. So yeah, still a few placement points coming their way. 6 actually with 2 elims, one of those onto Robs, unfortunately, that did fall down to his death. But 22 points coming out from AR, and when they get these wins, typically these are big point games. But very top heavy when it comes to elims. So you got 12 elims, 9, 7, 8, and then you have a pretty drastic fall off for the rest. But MADBULLS, they were sweeping north. They eliminated like 2 entire squads on their lonesome. So sure, they were not able to make in circle, but that's the thing about MADBULLS that's always so good, is even if they do not make into the late game, at least they still have points to show for this match.
Yeah, I think for MADBULLS, as we take a look at the highlights from this game as well, they recognized and understood that it was going to be a difficult game for them to find bigger placement points off of, because once they're where they were in that kind of northwest side of the circle as a whole, getting down towards any of these areas, as you were seeing just outside these fields, outside these buildings, it's extremely flat. There's really not many rocks. There's really not many trees to work with, unless you have the compound that GameLord has or the far ridge line coming into this game, Max.
I'm not sure what happened here on the side of Sly, all on that one bike. It doesn't pick up speed very quickly, so you're a pretty easy target there for Navallo, you'll be able to see. But I was also shocked because I was surprised to see Elementrix actually go down, and I did not think he'd be able to walk back up, but he was able to. I think there was maybe just a narrow area you're able to actually walk back up there and assist your team, but he did get a few elims for his team, so that was good. But as you said, MADBULLS, the moment they're not on that high ground position anymore, they have to cross the road through the open barren lands.
Yeah,
you're not going to survive that one, especially when you see such a good position on the cliffs that are just so strong when you have the potential to play those high ground positions where they are, and when you're not getting denied. That's the thing. If GameLord had that off angle, that wouldn't be playable, but they just all sent it there. That nade though, that was a good opening nade.
Yes. Could have also been very different if Robs hadn't fallen down, right? If you think...
Yeah. A little dive, you know, it's fine. It's a fun time.
Yeah, a bit rough. So one of you guys falling down here. I mean, I understand why that happens as well, though, because you're really trying to look for very minute angles on the side of these cliffs, and you're maybe trying to throw a nade or something like that. But as you're doing that, one slight misstep means you're sliding off. So trying to work with as much as possible. But Limetrix is working with a lot in this game. 5 eliminations going his way, almost 1k damage coming in, Max. So it's all GameLord and all ARR for this one.
Yeah, the cheeky interview actually was Tapok from ARR, and he said a little shout out at the end at Elementrix. That's the best duo he could ask for, and they're just such they're good friends. So I'm loving that. That's a good little storyline for them. But yeah, 12 elims, 2,500 damage in a position like that. I'm not too surprised. Just miles ahead when it comes to the rest of the teams. 1,000 extra damage actually when you're comparing it to second place of GameLord in this match. But yeah, AR, when they get these games, they tend to be pretty elimination heavy for them. So happy to see it. Hopefully they can keep it up for the next 3 matches of the day for them.
And Nexus actually did more than I expected them to in this game. They made landfall where they have in the past, and they've been slow from rotating from that spot, which I think they should be absolutely more snappy, because that spot, you can't just sit there and hold there. They've been victims of it in the past, not exactly in this game, though. There was a moment, Max, where I thought they were going to lose to MUERTE, and that would have been kind of deja vu for me once again, but they won that fight and managed to live on into some of the final moments of this game.
And EXO actually has been such a star player for the team. It's very impressive to see how this guy's been subbed out for the entirety of Phase 1, I believe, and then Phase 2 just comes out like, okay, guys, chill out. Okay, I'm just going to start getting the elims. He's just going to start fracking out big time. And he has been a top player for Nexus so far. And I think that's what they needed, because we saw at the end of Phase 2, they started to slow down a little bit. They were top team at the start of Phase 1. Then at the end, they were like struggling a little bit more. But EXO brought that fresh air that they needed. And it seemed like they're right now, when it comes to eliminations, at least, they're just popping off with EXO. So good times, but not an easy fight. But they won it against MUERTE, surprisingly.
Yeah, they're sometimes swapping him for Doran, sometimes swapping him from Octavian. And, you know, it's so far so good. Get more of EXO in, please. Let's take a look at the overalls here for the tournament so far, as Gladiators, not too many points coming in from that game, but a little bit here and there at 111 now. ARR, though, moves up to 2nd place off of that, Max. So the jostle for position up at the top, it's so much closer than it felt in Phase 1.
Yeah, pretty nice step up there, AR in 2nd place. Though Major Pride didn't play this game, so of course they're going to be falling down a little bit further, but we expect them to still be able to catch up pretty significantly. Though, no, still not too many changes when it comes to the lower side here. And a lot of these teams that are actually on the 2nd page, they had this weird fight on the Western Bridge. How many teams you had there? You had Dagestan,
too many.
Gladiators, which is at the top, ARR, you had Doom. Okay, a big skerfuffle, I think you can call of what was happening over on the Western Bridge. But you know what? Dagestan got himself a few limbs over on that position too. And rough match for all of these teams. But Unicorns of Love, points that they needed because they were pretty far behind. The points they got from this game puts them back in a position where a few extra points, you can be on the 2nd page. Because we haven't seen anything from Unicorns of Love right now. So I would still love to see them wake up, but it's just not happening yet.
Yeah, it can't all be, oh, we're in the water as one alive, hoping that we're going to survive. Oh, we're one in a bush, hoping that nobody sees us in this bush. Like, it can't all be that. And we know that those players are far more capable than that, especially when we've seen some team fighting coming from them in the past seasons here for PMPL. Now it is time to head over to the commentator team here to bring you Miramar. So let's head over to John and Blank.
Thank you very much. We are going over to Miramar. Blank has elevated since the last time we saw him.
Yes. I've also moved.
Glad to have you up here. But yeah, we're going to have a good time over on Miramar. We're dropping in with 15 teams on this one.
We are, yes. So obviously that last map, pretty damn good job from AR overall. And again, they're the upset team. They're great at finding their way into these circles and then just living it out. I think they're a team that really prioritizes having those 4 members. Now, I like that as a team. You know, even when they do only have 3, they still seem to do fairly well off the back of it. But I hope that's something that we do see continue going forward, John.
I agree. Yes, more, please. More of that. Hopefully. Well, certainly for ARR fans. Gladiators not dropping into this one, so a chance for plenty of teams actually to step up and try and jump into that first place. Probably about 4 teams looking potential to do so this time around. Blank, ARR, Game Lord, Sly Europe and Major Pride very much on the doorstep, ready to ring that bell should the opportunity strike.
Yeah, so Picardo probably could be owned by KASIK team here. La Cobreria, certainly a spot for teams to head into. You do have this area around here on La Cobreria Fields. We'll create fields so you can pick up this mountainside. Looks like Team Doom's going to try and pick that one up in the meantime. So there's some pretty exponentially good areas that are available on this map for certain teams to pick up for themselves. Team Doom really going out of their way to pick up La Cobreria. I don't have a huge amount of confidence in Team Doom to play on that high ground though, just with how they've been playing throughout the majority of these phases. I feel bad saying at this point in time, I think Team Doom has been like consistently our worst team in the lobby. Maybe they can make some changes here and there. I do think that there has been improvements from this team. I know that's crazy to say, but there certainly has been improvements, but not quite enough to play with the rest of the guys in this lobby who have been leveling up just as quickly, if not quicker. Elementrix currently highest damage in 2nd place. That's really good for that guy. I think Elementrix has been doing some great work through for AR, and they consistently have been putting up those numbers now. Not necessarily one of these teams that really hits their stride early in the game. They tend to strike quite late on and try and make sure they can get towards that end game with as much presence as possible. MADBULLS down to Puerto Paraíso is an interesting one, John. Really changing up their spot on this map quite frequently. They were in El Pozo, then they were in Valle de Mar, Minas del Sur, split on Los Higos. Now they're over towards Puerto Paraíso. I think they're really trying to figure something out, try and find something that works themselves and regain some of that traction that they found in Phase 1.
They were sat 2nd place at the end of Phase 1, 19 bonus points coming through. They're still 2nd place on the overall standings when you look at both phases combined, Blank. Gladiators still behind them on that mark, only currently being beaten out by MUERTE, and we haven't seen much from MUERTE so far this phase, sat in 10th place, and as Kalaris will tell you, he'll talk your ear off about it, in fact. They are not a 10th place team.
No, I think it's just been the casual mistakes been thrown through here and there. And again, MADBULLS and MUERTE are somewhat kind of 2 sides of the same coin, that they're both making these little mistakes or just thinking that the games will go exactly as they did in Phase 1. The issue is that in Phase 1, I think that they were pretty much, at least in the first 3 days, the top teams, right? I don't think there was anyone else in the lobby that could touch them. But since then, a lot of these teams have been working in the back rooms, pulling out the blackboards, scratching away at the chalk, figuring out some new tactics. Absolutely fine. I think that's working out wonders for them. And I think MUERTE and MADBULLS need to do something similar. Really figure out what's going on wrong in their blueprints right now, make some adjustments of their own. God, I sound like Iron Man for a second there. But MADBULLS, I think, to MUERTE both need to figure something out at the moment because it's just not working.
Dude, oh my goodness. You got to shave your head now, grow a beard.
I know, right? I've made some adjustments of my own, Tony.
I've made some upgrades of my own. I went to bust that one out for ages. It's excellent. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but if there's one good thing you can say about Obazar Stain is that he does have a cracking beard.
He does, yeah, 100%. No matter what happens,
Probably
great
top
stuff.
10 in the MCU.
Top 5?
Oh, okay.
Top 5.
Yeah, I'll go there. I'll go there with
Yeah,
you.
top 5. Top 5.
Coming along. I'll put my ticket.
Only been in one, but still top 5. That's what it's all about. Anyway, looking at this game at the moment, some of these teams will need to add a little bit of a, you know, trim. That gold trim with the red decals, they need some of that right now because at the moment, things are looking a little bit too shabby, a little bit too prototype for my liking. And I think that is exactly what's happened with MADBULLS and MUERTE. Enough about them for the time being. Sly Europe have been doing really well for themselves. My Sly guys, I will constantly support them all the way through. I think they could really lift things up just a little bit, but they're probably one of the teams that I find has one of the most interesting play styles because unlike a lot of these teams who tend to play like grouped up units and barrel through. I think Sly Europe loves to take these off angles a lot of time. They have an interesting approach to a lot of their engagements, and a lot of it is off the back of like, we know that we might not have the best gun skill in the lobby, but what we certainly can do is set ourselves up for success. If that means having a flanker out there, it is a little bit extra work that goes into their engagements, but it pays off in the long run.
What's interesting to me is that I think having standout gun skill players has really fallen off, especially over the last year, moving into this year as well, in terms of just being able to put you towards the top, right? We're seeing now it much more come down to, as you say, those teammate coordinated engagements where you're playing off of one another and not just relying on those solo players. Obviously, it can help you getting out of those sticky spots, but we're seeing players like Kitsune, who didn't really stand out as a massive fragger, MVP this phase so far. Fantastic news, and really off the back of Gladiators playing so well together.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they set him up for success a lot of times, and he finds that success. Again, I'd say 100% you look at this lobby at the moment, you look at the way the tournament's gone so far, there's not been a lot of times where we've actually seen ourselves with that 1v4 potential. I think we've seen it with Fash and maybe one other player, but other than that...
1v4'd some pans.
Yes, I don't think that really counts though. I'm not gonna count that one. But yeah, I think that 1v4 potential, which we saw a lot back in the day, you could see teams get absolutely murdered by one dude on a team. That doesn't happen anymore. Everyone's bringing armor, everyone's bringing support from the boys, which seems to be a much bigger emphasis in these games. So that's brilliant news, and it's good to see. It just does mean that these teams can no longer just, like you say, rely on one guy in the team being particularly good to carry them through the entire tournament anymore. You need to be a consistent roster and consistent team, which is why teams like Gladiators have done so well for every single phase, every single tournament, is because they have built up massive synergy over the long run.
I mean, you spoke about your predictions. We were asked for the 3 teams we thought were going to top the tables. One of the teams that I gave was Gamelord. I had them in 3rd place, I believe, and mostly for that reason, right? This is a roster that has stuck together. They have gone through it. They've had, honestly, a pretty shocking season coming out of fall last time around in terms of what was expected of them matched up to their performance. But they've come into this one and they're looking a little bit, certainly this phase, right? They're looking a little bit better. Questionable decisions towards the end of that last game, but still got value out of the game. They fought through, they played well before that on the rotations, and they had effective crashes. This is a team that has that synergy.
Absolutely. I think that there's really only one weak link on that team, and I say that would be Akashi. Max is probably going to be very angry with me for saying this because because he's like, look, man, he's the IGL. He makes the plays. But I think for Akashi, doesn't really stand out too much on that team. I think Robs has really made a massive improvement of himself over the past like 6 months. Victor and Narvalo. Yeah, exactly. Victor and Narvalo were always very, very good, but it felt like they'd lost some of that motivation a little bit, which seems to be much more prevalent here in this tournament, where I think they're making decent plays. But I think that Akashi needs to maybe make some adjustments of his own, pull his boots up just a little bit. But other than that, I think Gamelord's on track for a very good season this time around. Circle, very big hard shift down towards the southwest side, probably the biggest we've seen on phase 2. in quite a while. So a lot of these teams will have to get a move on, because that, including Minas del Sur and Los Higos, actually cuts off a lot of this map.
A lot of movement. You can see everybody onto those vehicles except for VIRTUS.PRO. This is what they do. They go middle and they wait. They wait for everything. They didn't. I'm surprised, to be fair, that they weren't north of Chumacera in this last circle, but I'm happy they didn't this time around. Holding a central position. On the move south, it looks like Game Lord are on the back of the queue. Doom are close by and surrounding them with Zeus at the back, but Team Doom, as you said before, really had an impact so far. Major Pride rocking up on the VIRTUS.PRO stronghold. Major Pride with a chance on this game to try and take that first spot away from Gladiators. Very close on the tables in their first hurdle. Will be VIRTUS.PRO on the defense. They're used to it. And they hold up under the pressure. Folly should spot the player from Major Pride. Monkey does take a lick of damage, doesn't go down, and Folly is traded off by Effect. That was from behind the warehouse there, stepping out just a little wide of Hayes, close by as well, and Effect needs to be careful.
Nomi takes a little bit of damage, not too much though.
Ooh.
I think of Hayes' position is pretty well known at this point in time. Smoke goes down trying to eliminate that angle. That nade was desperately close to Of Hayes. Immediately gets himself to a corner, but KASIK team also in on this one.
Yeah, they've just sailed in from the western side. A lot of teams, as we said, are moving south, and this is a pivotal compound in this next circle. VIRTUS.PRO would do well to hold it, and right now, they're okay, but Purple on the upstairs, probably not too happy about the new neighbors on the down. KASIK does drop just a little bit. Purple spotted, that should be a flush. Now Hayes caught with an aid in hand, and Effect will not waste any time. Will straight out the weapons even to go for the flush. Reload comes second. You just want to confirm this. Stop info going over.
Yeah, I think for Major Pride now, repositioning back towards the side of Nomi, as well as Effect, is a good idea. KASIK is trying to swarm on the outsides. Monkey and Yen up in the top side building, just watching out. Definitely knows there's another team here now. VIRTUS.PRO are locked into this one building all on their lonesome, and KASIK decide that this is the one weak link.
They are going to go into the longhouse. Striker first, English second. KASIK in through the window, and that should be the sideswipe that we're looking for. A 1-for-1 right now on the trades, but Folly goes first, and the ankles are getting cut out. Swept the leg, but single. He's still alive. Oh, he's lighting up for one. Does he have the extra gun? No, the shotgun was just out of ammo. Used on the trade before, but that could have been disaster for KASIK team. Major Pride pretty happy about it, though. Striker is going to get the heal off, but Unicorn is under pressure on the front. Effect moves in, spots the player on the inside. Striker's there, drops something at his feet. Not too sure if that was a nade or a smoke trying to keep them alive. It was a smoke, in fact, and KASIK swept up as well.
Yeah, I mean, a horrible push coming through from KASIK. The fact that Single was able to just lie down and light up the feet, taking off at least 20 toes there in the process. You know, that was happy days for MADBULL, for Major Pride. And as soon as they saw the amount of knocks going through on the elimination feed, they were happy to instantly regroup on that position. Now they take control of, like you said, a real pivotal compound inside the map. Typically one you share with other teams towards the end game, but right now they're not going to have to share with absolutely anybody with how quickly they cleared that one out.
MADBULL's south side might be a push that comes through in the next minute or two, but MADBULL's maybe just trying to play on those hillsides. Game Lord moving in from the north. Avalanche were caught slightly unawares by it, but they know about it now. CJ already down for Avalanche, leaving them at 3 against the Game Lord 4. Victor around the ridge side first. Now that swings out deep and wide to hold down the trade. Victor knocked on the ridge line. Rob's anchoring now. Detati and Woodson for Avalanche. A little bit further forwards. Actually, Detati Woodson completely detached from this engagement. See how far away he is. Akashi wants to summit the mound, and KONINA Power will keep them locked into the engagement. Woodson across the way, won't stop it now. And Game Lord are up to 4 again.
Yeah, Woodson, all his lonesome, done there. Akashi, good job. I'll give you that. I'll give you that one, Akashi.
Well done. That's a rare good job from Blank right there. I'll tell you that. That doesn't
come out
happen
often.
lightly.
No. The fact that, you know, some of his best players went down and he made the executive decision just to crest that ridge side, comfortably put that player down with the UMP as well. Happy days. I like to see it.
Now they're swinging out to the north. It looks like they might try and just stop the engagement from Woodson from happening at all. ARR playing in Miramar on the south side. Well, they're on the east of it now. Dark Project close by. You've got Team Doom on the north of the road as well. So this 2-2 split from ARR could be very feasibly punished.
Yeah, I think they're fairly safe for the time being, though, and can support one another. But again, it's 3 teams here. And of the 3 teams, Team Doom's pretty packed together. So is Dark Project. But at this point in time, making that regroup happen for AR, really difficult, right? You get a player to move out now with sightlines from 2 separate teams. It's going to be super dangerous. But more than likely necessary when we see this next circle come in. Luckily, they're still in. MADBULLS also have a pretty decent position. Yes, it's not massive high ground, but compounds to play in right now. NEXUS might want to challenge.
Could be a position that NEXUS go for. Dagestan and Sly Europe fight needs to conclude as well on the eastern edge. Game Lord still fighting through. MUERTE now the next contender. They'll have to deal with. Happy J, nade over the top of the ridge. Looked pretty good, but just goes a little bit too deep there. Doesn't find the value they're looking for against Game Lord. There's third parties, though, coming through, and Akashi gets lit up. Robs moves forward with the M249 as Milky Way takes out his teammate Victor. Narvalo up close. Akashi needs to find a trade here, needs to get value from the position, but it's just not coming through. Finally able to find Milky Way, sure, but his teammates are falling. Discrim is there. Malloy as well behind the tree. Robs moves in to back up Akashi, and Victor trying to stay alive now. Malloy broken out wide, wants to stay up.
Yeah, more than likely, we're going to see a refresh on both these players and then go again. Victor still taking a little bit of taps here. Not good news. Akashi tries to lock down these players, but the monster truck actually sets up a pretty damn good little bit of base of operations behind that tree.
Robs is in prime position now with that M249. Light up MUERTE. Smoke the corner they were going to push from as well. Force them into that Akashi sightline. That is how you play off one another. Game Lord using each other's strengths and positions to their massive advantage. To the detriment of MUERTE as Malloy getting pressured on by Akashi, but it's just not going to work out. Malloy does go down before he gets the flush, but it's going to leave Robs high and dry. Sure, one of the top performers for this roster right now, but still has Milky Way to deal with. MUERTE cut out in the middle of it as well.
Yeah, stage 4, I think Robs is more than likely done here. We'll have to pick up as many eliminations as he can. If he can find a vehicle, great news, but unlikely. Dagestan finds the Sheeper. NEXUS also around this area.
With the points that they got, Game Lord actually managed to jump up over Gladiators, so they are now the new first place. Even though more teams are on their way up there, I'm sure. MUERTE eliminated. Major Pride have branched out to deal with KONINA Power, and NEXUS on the southeast side still jostling with Sly Europe. Doran has seen a knock over towards Sly Europe, but not really able to get the flush as Dagestan keep that one going. And there's the cook from Kapahala. Perfectly on the money. Finds the forward knock. In they go. NEXUS looking for more.
That's a nice nade coming through from Kapahala. Locking down the guys from Sly. I don't think that they're going to be able to get much further here with NEXUS firmly stomping the boot on this edge. And with the downhill slope ahead of Sly, I think NEXUS can quite comfortably set up a nice little ridgeline. Take shots towards them. If you look over towards that right side, they have to move out into open area, which NEXUS is currently holding. They have players that just sent out towards that western edge.
Burned down from Octavian, trying to tickle the toes there of Sly Europe, but they're a little bit further down the ridge. Those nades fall short. Next circle keeps the Major Pride compound out, who have sent out to deal with KONINA Power on the northeast side. Actually, MADBULLS not looking to push in, but they still have a very strong spot.
I think for MADBULLS right now, this is their test, right? Because they have a good position. They're pretty dead central. It will be hard for them not to get a good placement in this game. With so many other teams on these edges having to fend off against other teams, they don't have to do too much. They're not hot on this game. The adrenaline is not pumping. but they will have to play really hard to get this chicken dinner because there's a lot of really strong teams here, still with 4 members on the team surrounding them. And they're hoping that perhaps in this next couple of minutes, where a lot of teams will have to be forced to move in, that these teams will be weakened slightly. But there's a lot of really convincing eliminations, convincing team fights going through where 4 members are still staying up and kicking. If Major Pride make this happen as well, their position towards the center is a little bit more dangerous.
Oh, Fash goes straight on through over the ridgeline and into the woods, unfortunately. Crashes into the barrels of Nomi and finds out the Major Pride are not here to mess about. 6 eliminations already on the game. They've managed to find that resupply in the northeast side. Having a great time with it.
Effect backs off. Good smoke so far from Major Pride. I think that's something they've done very well this game, is getting the smokes out, isolating these sight lines, making it very difficult for any team ahead. And I mean, you put more smokes down, eliminate vision for KONINA Power, they're forced away from this fight. It's not really worth it for them to fight up this hill towards Major Pride. Perhaps even take their chances down towards the south, which is lower ground, but maybe a better fight is waiting for them down there.
Dagestan will be the challenge that they face. In fact, still putting this pressure on. Needs to be careful though. Palucci backs him off the ridge. Smokes continue to bloom. I mean, sure, maybe they want to go south. A split decision as Major Pride for me and Max. Looking good in this engagement as well. Nades over the top. Nomi does go down to 1, but Palucci is now very isolated from Agorazin. And Effect is already getting that res up onto Nomi.
Yeah, trying to pull him back in. Again, the longer this fight is, though, the more difficult it is going to be for Major Pride, because eventually they will have to hike downwards, and the circle's still closing. Shockwave took a couple of knocks, but still up. Abolodoi goes down. That's to Effect. Now searches for the rest of the players. Dagestan have some sight lines, some nice shots there, and Effect barely gets out of it.
That level 3 helmet saving the bacon there.
Oh, yeah.
Severely dented now, though. But if he can get a couple of good body shots onto Palucci, there's one waiting. And it's nice and fresh. Palucci, oh, he just needs to look left. Oh, does he know? Effect, you've gone past the breach here. Slits up, turns around, and Effect on the swivel. Looking for the shots and manages to make it work. How on earth does Effect survive that? I've no idea. But Agorazin now left solo. And a refresh potentially on that helmet for Effect.
You know, if that helmet had been more damaged by the guys down from Dagestan, potentially you see him go down there. But the fact that he wasn't able to clean up that elimination is real bad news. AR right now taking down 2 teams. In fact, Team Doom as well as Dark Project on this side doing really, really good work. Unfortunately, Tapok did go down in the process. Slightly unfortunate for them, but they can still run with this.
The difficulty I see for MADBULLS is they haven't been engaged in any fight, so their supplies might be dwindling. And as teams cut themselves down, the deliveries sent their way are also going to be fairly low. However, looking at, I mean, you saw there, the suppliers on MADBULLS, they're good for a little bit longer. Probably looking at maybe 2 circles into the future, towards those last engagements, they might start to run dry where other teams have that backing.
I mean, for Miramar, it's not as much of a big deal, right? Because it's a huge map. They will have looted all the way along, across towards this compound in the first place. On Sosnovka finish, it's a bit more of a difficulty, right? Because you have to send that down there straight away, and you have to pick up a position. So you don't have much time other than that for looting. Dagestan drop underneath Major Pride, cutting off their approach. I like this play from Dagestan, actually. You know, they got eyes on. They realized that Major Pride hadn't moved. If we get underneath them, they're forced to come down towards us. But nades are still a problem.
Nomi just fades the shots from Octavian. Cracking overhead. Wants to actually send some back down range. Effect also up for the challenge. And Octavian has to leave that one well alone. Nexus now can't really peek onto Dagestan. So probably it might be in Major Pride's best interest to stop suppressing that ridgeline, allow Nexus to push up a little bit more, and take shots out towards them. Unless you're just going to pick up the eliminations anyway. 8 point already on the game for Major Pride.
Yeah, really good shots down towards Nexus. That was very much needed, but with that little bit of grace period, right, it's only around 15 seconds before Nexus get things together, pull that player back up again. Realistically, Major Pride have to figure out what they want to do next. They're still inside the circle, which is the main thing. doing a great job right now to really suppress a lot of these angles. Effect currently on 6 eliminations on his lonesome.
As long as Major Pride are kind of stuck at the top of the hill with Dagestan there and Nexus pushing them back, the MADBULLS' northern flank is fairly safe. And from the west, it's going to be really hard to push in this direction.
Yeah, for sure. I think MADBULLS right now are protected by these 2 angles, and they can wait out this game. And again, we're already in stage 6, almost towards stage 7, where the circle's going to get even smaller. So for MADBULLS, a lot of this action on the outside, all they have to really do now is just poke a little bit, cause some casualties, cause some problems. I think taking shots down towards Nexus might not be the best idea in the world because they're the one protecting Major Pride, protecting them from Major Pride, but also they are the closest to making a crash onto their compound. So tricky decisions for MADBULLS to make now.
Very, very difficult. You've just got to, at this point, you probably just got to shoot at anything that moves. Next circle comes through and it keeps the MADBULLS in, forces everybody on the eastern side to move, however. So this is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, Fleeke, I'm not actually too worried about him playing this solo spot. I think he's probably the best player to send out on this off angle, purely because of how good he has been as a solo in previous games. They can trust him to do what's needed from that position and hold his own, whilst they have sightlines on the edge. So this is really nice stuff coming through from Fleeke and MADBULLS. But like you say, now is the time to just shoot anything, right? If it moves, it takes shots. That is all there is to it, because they need to start solidifying this spot within the circle. Becca, though, finding Kapahala as they try and swing round towards this western side. A dangerous push coming through from Nexus.
If ARR can survive on this western side as well, there are some good ridges to push up to the MADBULLS compound. So it very much is now a gallery for the MADBULLS, and ARR are looking to control the northwest side here. Major Pride might have something to say about it and try and swing down on that route, but not an easy progression to make. Dagestan is the team that I'm looking at as maybe a team that crashes into MADBULLS right now.
Perhaps, but I think they're a bit more worried about Major Pride at the moment. They've had eyes on them this entire time. They set themselves up to eliminate their approaching towards the circle, but it's going to be difficult for MADBULLS to lose this game. This compound is so clean around it. It's very easy to take shots, so you can't even get close. Again, the MADBULLS have to be careful not to take too many shots, not to get plinked away out these windows. They start getting knocked, that's go time for some of these teams.
Knock over towards Zadira from Dagestan, and a flush for effect as well. Look at the damage pouring through, and actually a move up by Major Pride as they take down Dagestan to just Shifu remaining. Fleeke, this is the solo outpost you were talking about. One knock over towards Major Pride. It's good to slow things down. Yen is down, Tulika frozen, reinforced. They know they need to keep this flank safe, and it is pivotal for their progression forwards. Shifu goes flushed, and with it, Dagestan. Nomi takes up the mantle. Tulika takes the nade back, and the nades from Monkey continue to pour through. Fleeke low now as the vehicle goes up in flames, and another knock goes in. Frozen, the last player now standing at this location, as over the top they go. Monkey wants to take down Frozen. Zerich is there for the backup now, launching nades up, helter-skelter, anything they can find. Nomi has the challenge. 2 players down the hill, and no one is knocked now. Zerich falls first, and now it's just Frozen behind the vehicle. Launches a cooked nade up top, but his time might just be up. Frozen falls, and Major Pride stay alive.
What an interesting way to make that push happen, coming through from MADBULLS. I think they expected that to be a lot easier, but Major Pride just sent their way over the top. I think just staying around this compounded area, maybe moving a little bit out towards the west. I think you had to take that fight. It was just very well played from Major Pride.
And they keep all 4 of themselves alive, Blank. This is huge. Not only that, it's a huge points game for them right now. I think they're up to 11 eliminations.
Yeah, Major Pride have done significantly well in terms of just points overall. All set up perfectly, though. The vehicle's so close to exploding. This is going to be a difficult game for Major Pride to lose. I said that about MADBULLS, though.
Oh. Okay, they knew. He spotted him. I think he just caught a glimpse through the window, or they knew there was someone there. Effect. Now with a new challenge. Nexus close by. Nade up behind the wall. Really well placed, but Effect just fades it. Doesn't manage to get so lucky with the second. However, does crawl back to decent cover here. Back behind the rocks. Nomi on the side swipe will slow Nexus down.
Doran tries to push himself in. again, there's not enough time to get this res through unless he picks him up and drags him out, but there's not a great position to be doing it. Slow side, another nade, effect will fall again, and Doran moves out. He is bold here.
Yeah, he's going right in for the challenge, and the spray down for Monkey is good, and it works. Nexus walk into the line of fire there. 3 players for Major Pride. ARR have lost 1. In the meantime, Shockwave still going. Terminus has been alive as a solo for a very, very long time now, Blank. And he's doing bits right now for the squad.
Getting a fair amount of points. Becker now up to bat against Major Pride. Battered and bruised, but hungry for the chicken.
Looking to find Terminus. Nomi picks it up. 17 eliminations now, but Yen has
It's a huge game.
For another time, Yen has gone down on these opening picks. They want to invest in this on this res and just play the center of the circle. They have got the close on themselves now. Becker wants to slow this res. The DBS in hand could be pretty pivotal. Nomi breaks out and stays alive. Monkey suppresses the other side of the ridge, and Becker catches a bullet.
Yeah, there's a nasty headshot coming through there from Monkey. Drops Becker low after just one stray comes through. Yen has nade, sends him over the top. Becker should be down, and this looks like a Major Pride win to me.
Certainly looks like Habez
He's running
straight for the zone. He was trying to deny the point, but it will not happen. I think that might have been 20 eliminations there for Major Pride, 19 or 20. A massive game for the Major Pride roster to kick off their day here in Phase 2. What a way to take the top spot.
Yeah, disgustingly good game there from Major Pride overall. I don't think anyone expected them to be able to make that happen. I mean, it was fight after fight after fight, right?
Hang on. Both me and Max predicted them.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, like, you look at that, right? They had so many obstacles to overcome. Now, I'm not saying that, like, they should not have won that game, because they deserved to with the way they were playing, but those obstacles were not easy to hurdle over the top of, and they had a lot of different things blocking their way, but still managed to get it done in the end. Again, that push out from MADBULLS, pretty wild, and I think Major Pride was seriously on a high at that point. They had momentum on their side, and I don't think MADBULLS were expecting just the freight train coming their way.
Yeah, it was very difficult to slow that one down. You saw they kind of went in a little bit too drib and drab on that engagement. It's either full commit all 4 over there or go for bust, and in this case it was that bust out. But Major Pride sail on towards the top of the tables with a chicken dinner on Miramar.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oh my days, an absolute banger of a match coming in here from Major Pride, rivaling that of what we saw from Shockwave that I was mentioning at the start of the day. What a performance coming out from them here for day 4, game 2. Max, that was... what was that?
I think we had 4 fights that Major Pride took, and they just kept surviving as 4 players, and they were just popping off the entirety of this game. I think we had Effect at 1,000 damage at that point in that game, around, I think it was phase 5, phase 6, which is super
alive.
early to reach 1,000 damage. So, man, Effect was looking good. Major Pride won a game that was so rough to win, like, but I'm impressed.
Yeah, we've got a lot to talk about regarding that. But of course, you guys over on the interwebs, go and check out all the social medias going on. There's lots of them. There's many social medias that you can join in with. And also, screenshot right now on your mobile phone and use the QR code as well to be able to get your some fancy self some stuff. That was not a sentence, but we'll go with it anyway, because you can also use the code below me right now in order to be able to get yourself a free permanent skin, Max. Have you redeemed it yet? Are you?
I have not redeemed it. I was going to, but I was told no, and they banned my account. They said, I mean, it's a trend in Europe right now, banning accounts. Mine got taken down too, so very unfortunate. But yes, you can redeem it. I was not allowed to use it, so it works.
Fantastic. Good stuff. All right, let's talk about this game because there's a lot to talk about. And we have to start things off, of course, with how this was going. Let's take a look at the match rankings here and we can see the numbers that are coming in because 29 points from Major Pride. They were so hot this game. It's unreal.
Well, what word did you use? Banger? I think that's the perfect word to describe a match like this from Major Pride. 19 eliminations. They were fragging so early on. They were involved in that big third-party fight between VIRTUS.PRO. It was KASIK team going for a third-party on that engage, and they came out on top. As a 4-man squad, is already, I think, 6 or 7 eliminations after that fight. And Effect won, I think, a fight versus Palucci when he was showing his back to Palucci and he won. I don't know. There's so many situations where they should not win it, but they just win. They just keep taking the dubs.
Yeah, so that we actually had a double prediction for MADBULLS as well coming up from me and Blank. And technically, I think what they were doing was okay, but they just went warm into this game. And Major Pride definitely was, with almost 4,000 damage done in a single game. That is the highest I can remember in a long time, Max.
I wasn't here the day that Shockwave got their 20 elims, but they were there. Hey, we were expecting maybe 1.5k. I mean, I thought a little bit higher, but 1.4k is still a massive amount of damage to have as a single player. Effect was on fire this entire game. And even when he took 1v1s, as I said, versus Palucci, and even Reflect, he shouldn't win, he just comes out on top. Look at this guy.
That's wild. It's rare you see 2 players getting over 1,000 damage in a single game. I mean, it does give credence to the position that they were in and how strong that position was. Let's take a look at the highlights from this game as we take a look over to the west. But really, the main highlights were all happening on the northeast side of the circles, as you're seeing now. MADBULLS taking on some of the teams from this spot. It's a great spot to play from, Max. We saw not only controlling kind of the compound a little bit kind of to the west of them, but mainly and importantly, controlling the ridgeline above that compound means that it is harder for teams to really approach that location.
I think they knew that the chicken dinner was going to be really rough for them to secure in such a position when the SERP just kept shifting away from their location. So their main idea was, let's just spread absolute hell in this lobby, try and shut down as many players, as many teams as we possibly can. The thing is, they just kept surviving and like, we're still alive? This is weird. Okay, let's just keep blasting, I guess. And I think this was a really good fight from MADBULLS. Them pushing up on this ridgeline to try and deny this position away from Major Pride was a good idea. But you stated it during that game, Kalaris, which was they were not hot. MADBULLS are not hot compared to Major Pride. It already took 4 fights before they engaged versus MADBULLS. And really, momentum is such an important part of these Battle Royale games like PUBG Mobile that when you're in such a good momentum, a good state, you're just so hard to shut down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's extrapolate beyond momentum here. In terms of your gunfights, if you're constantly feeling warm into those gunfights like Major Pride was, you're going to feel so much more confident going into that, especially when you're kind of fighting from the high ground down against MADBULLS where they were. MADBULLS, up until that point, had barely shot a bullet here, Max, right, as we were kind of mentioning from all of this, and they were not able to hold a candle to what Major Pride was able to bring on. Technically, the MADBULLS push, if you're able to seize that high ground for the later circles, is the right play. but as you can see, as Major Pride actually converts the win off of that position. But there, nobody held a candle to Major Pride here this game. Unreal stuff. Let's take a look at the overalls as well, Max, to see them probably move up to first place.
Yeah, okay. There you go. I mean, uncontested, it's fair to say. And this was only their first game. They didn't play game number 1. This is their first match of the day. They got 3 more to play. If we can expect even just remotely close results to what we saw in this first game for them today, they're just going to start creating themselves such a massive lead. Though respects to ARR also, Kalaris, that they were fighting downhill from Miramar the entirety of this game, third-partying, taking nice little sneaky off angles on teams like NEXUS, SHOCKWAVE also at some point. So, and ARR definitely showing up big time in these first 2 matches.
Yeah, whatever ARR is having across these last 2 games, I'll have some of that. It's probably a Monster Energy, let's be real, because they've been playing very, very well for themselves in these past 2 games. It was always going to be hard to shut down Major Pride in these last circles, but that's how the cookie crumbles. And unfortunately for some of the teams at the bottom, they're also crumbling. Not really many points to speak of, and we're hoping to see a little bit of a push back up here from them. Going into Sanhok, Max, any expectations? Mac? I don't know.
Oh, expectation. I want to see a SHOCKWAVE strong result on that one, so I'm going to be looking at them and see how they can do on the Sanhok Battleground.
Okay, my eyes are going to head straight to Paradise Resort, see if 1, we still continue having those hot drops occur, and 2, if Nexus is going to come down from the north, if they're in this lobby. We'll see in a moment, because I can never keep up with some of the groups sometimes, Max. It's a bit hard for me. But every time they come down towards Paradise Resort, they seem to get beaten as they're trying to approach it. But anyway.
They're playing.
Fantastic. Okay, let's keep our eyes on that. It's time to head over to John and Blank here for all the action from the jungle.
Thank you very much, Mac and Keelris. We are going to be getting into Sanhok this time around. I'm sure it's going to be just as spicy as ever. But we'll see how much further these teams are going to hot drop into Paradise Resort, as they were saying. Boot camp as well, a little bit of a spot.
Yeah, I mean, Paradise Resort just seems to be this place that's just indentured with so many teams at the moment, right? It is a real problem area, and I don't think these teams have quite figured out that you don't have to drop around Paradise Resort. It's not as good when there are 5 teams there. It's great when you can lay claim to it at the beginning of a tournament. It's just you, maybe one other team that challenges from the eastern side, and you battle them off the rocky outcrops. But I don't think that this is now one of those positions around the map which is super useful, especially when we're playing with less teams right now. 14 teams heading now through in towards Sanhok. This is going to be a real open map, right? There's going to be loads of spaces around the map that are free to play in, so try and take advantage of that as much as possible, because you get a huge amount of loot.
Game Lord not playing in this one, so maybe not a drop in boot camp. That will be heating up this time around. We'll have to wait and see, though. Paradise Resort, I mean, there's a lot of dots moving that way. KONINA Power, KONINA Power, I've nearly said them twice. KONINA Power, NEXUS are moving out that way as well, Blank. Looks like Unicorns of Love maybe going a little bit closer. Nobody dropping directly in, but Unicorns of Love are the closest by. And I think everyone is sort of figuring, are we going to go in? Oh, we could, maybe. And Unicorns of Love are the only ones to do so.
Yeah, and we're getting this many times where we get this round here, we get the players playing on this side, and everyone wants to get, even Dark Project might move in from like this. So it's not necessarily you get a load of teams on top of it at the beginning, but we certainly get a lot of teams start doing this, like all trying to converge on this one position. I don't think it's as worth it as it used to be back in the day. And again, like if you look down towards the southwest side, there's a huge clump of this area which is completely open. I mean, it's just the moment MUERTE and Team Doom holding on to this. Major Pride, yes, they're over towards Pinena. They control this area very nicely for quite some time, though. But again, I think that, you know, Sami, Camp Charlie, Bantai, Nakam, all really nice places to pick up some good loot. But at the moment, no one's really bothering with it. Instead, opting to go for these trash loots around the side of Paradise Resort. I don't understand it, John.
Paradise Resort could get a little bit hotter now with the circle as it stands. Major Pride, they dominated in that last game and wrenched the lead away from the Gladiators, who are on even numbers of games, and you could see they are a convincing 21 points ahead now after the 13 matches that they've played so far. Overall, it's going to be a little bit longer of a slog than just those 13 matches, but it's a very good spot to be in for Major Pride, especially, as we talked about in the last game, when they're hot, when they're on that momentum train.
Yeah, I mean, for Major Pride, that last game was absolutely gigantic. Just in terms of the points game they grabbed off of it, 29 points in this new format is really, really hard to hit. You know, these 19 elimination games do not come around often. And as we know, these elimination points are becoming more and more important as we go through this tournament. So getting 19 eliminations in one singular game, not easy to do, but pulled off there by the Major Pride crowd. And I think that is going to sit them nice and comfortable in first place for quite some time. AAR, they do have these games where they'll pull out themselves a nice chicken dinner, but I think it's going to be a while before we see another one of those big matches. I mean, they got second place last time around, but I don't believe we're going to see too much more of AR today. That's my little prediction, my little fortune going forward. So I think the Major Pride, with the momentum, as we keep saying, that they've expressed here in that last game, that is something that they can push forward going in today, right? So they can get some more points and possibly be in a real nice lead like we saw MADBULLS before. It'd be quite difficult to catch up. And unlike the MADBULLS, I don't think they're going to slow down anytime soon.
Neither of them are playing in this match, though, so we won't be seeing any of them until we go back over to Erangel afterwards. Fortunately, maybe, for a lot of other teams in this lobby. The MADBULLS, it felt like they could have done a little bit better on that last engagement, but they still, I mean, they got a little bit of value. They didn't really find too much on that game, so not best pleased, but still they made themselves known. And I think that for a team like MADBULLS, you do just need to remind people that you're still there sometimes if you have slipped down the tables, which they kind of had.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a winnable position. And again, I think the Des summed it up quite nicely. It's like Kalaris and Max saying, it's just they were so warm coming into that fight, and MADBULLS just were like cold turkey. They just did not see the blazing hot roast ham that was coming down that hill that just took them off their feet. So I think that, yeah, I think for MADBULLS, definitely a winnable spot, but certainly a change from pace for them, which is a case of let's just head center and just kind of try and play out the rest of this game, which is very unlike them indeed. And I think that what they're trying to do now is just try and pick some points up here, because they know that this phase 2, it's not going well for them, man. And 7th place, it's decent, but it's probably a position that they'll try and just stick in now with some points here and there to try and solidify this spot around this edge of the leaderboard. Look at the map though really quickly. We do see Unicorns of Love leaving outside of Paris Resort, moving slightly further down towards the south side. Pretty typical rotation from most teams that head over towards Paris Resort. You get a little bit of information gathering going on. You get a little bit more loot. And again, you don't want to stay in Paris Resort, because if you're directly inside there, you have no information on what's going on around you. So for Unicorns of Love, heading down here for the time being, sticking it out is good news. Again, I won't say anything more on that, because I'm pretty sure Unicorns of Love is going to make a crazy rotation or a crazy play or do something that completely confuses me, because that's what they like to do. They like to make my brain hurt.
Sometimes you just got to spin the old grey matter, try and count the wrinkles. Unicorns of Love moving across the wrinkles of Sanhok right now. VIRTUS.PRO may be getting a little of an angle on them, but not spotting them just yet. VIRTUS.PRO have more to worry about, because hot off the press, it's MADBULLS, no, Major Pride coming through from Painan. Their route of egress takes them straight up to the hill of VIRTUS.PRO. Fortunately for VIRTUS.PRO, of Hayes is on the ball, and the scout mission goes, well, they do get the information, to be fair, for Major Pride, and take the junction compound.
Yeah, pushing up towards this side, it's a good stop-off point. You get the information, you start looting up, you get as much as you can from this compound. So I don't think they've lost too much in terms of stride here. VIRTUS.PRO have just marked the territory. You're not coming up on this hillside. We have that locked down. So Major Pride might want to think about, you know, heading on the western side of boot camp, passing over the coastal edge, maybe challenging out Excuse Me's position.
Reflect going for the long reverse. An infrequently seen tactic, but he makes it work.
Sometimes you just got to back it up, man. Back it all the way up into the compound. That's fine. I'm on board with it. It's okay. But Sly Europe still have a way to go. They're right down towards the eastern side of Quarry at the moment. Have a bit of a distance to make happen. Luckily for them, Lekawi, Kampong, Camp Bravo, all completely free. So an eastern rotation, more than doable here. And then swinging in on the left-hand side. I think that's very, very worthwhile and worth doing. SHOCKWAVE have moved across from Hattin. Absolutely no one in their way to stop this from happening. NEXUS is taking less and less time to make that approach to hold down that western bridge. And SHOCKWAVE is having a real good time because of it. Heads up towards that northwest side. SHOCKWAVE in the past have shown us that they hold this compound that currently Traton is in, but don't do much else from there. So I think for SHOCKWAVE, we'll need to be a bit more proactive this game. That's certainly something they suffered from in the past on Sanhoks.
They might be tested now by Gladiators, who are mounting up, going up to the hills of the mountain and probably looking to rotate across the bridge after scouting somewhat. Dagestan, southeast side, trying to get past Quarry right now, but so are Sly Europe, and they will find one another. Unfortunately for Sly Europe, they only have the remnants of the northward push there. Reflect trying to move up, but they're right next to VIRTUS.PRO now. And down the hill, they'll definitely be known about. Dagestan behind. They've got KASIK team to worry about, so maybe this duo could have some respite.
Yeah, I think right now what we're getting into is... Well, we'll leave it at that, because Team Doom's currently demolishing, excuse me. Beck down. Furia steps out. That is a dangerous push. Luckily, he gets the nade and has to fade away off the back of it. But right now, excuse me, suffering. Michelino, though, basically commits suicide.
Who's that up the hill, though? There's another team descending. Those aren't all, excuse me, dots right there. A movement down from Paradise Resort, and excuse me, they are down to 2. A lovely nade over the top from Havlik, and there is still more pressure coming through from Dark Project up the hill as they roll in and they start to take down the backlines. A nicely timed third party for a central compound.
Ivaneska picks up Furia, just Havlik laid down next to the couch, underneath the table, trying to stay hidden. Not the best hide-and-seek spot in the world. Now, again, coming back to my original point, I think teams are starting to suffer from this mentality that they have to get center. Center is the way to win. Obviously, it isn't. We see Major Pride and a lot of other teams like AAR start winning from the edge a lot more. I think Sly Europe have fell into that trap by trying to send through Quarry and up towards the center edge. Again, they could have made this easy rotation past Lukawi, past Kamparavo, to Mong-Nai, and then tried to fight the teams up towards Tapmok.
Phantom gets a trade-off here onto 2 players from Dark Project. Latte needs to be careful now. Only player in this area, maybe looking to pick up a teammate. Fortunately, does just step out and take care of business. Havlik not down just yet. Naturally, it's VIRTUS.PRO who have an angle on this one now.
A lot of third parties coming through. Wait, last to fall. Havlik steps up, picks him up. Excuse me. 2 eliminations, but ladder up just a little bit. But I think that is going to be short-lived. Unicorns of Love did head further back up towards Paradise Resort. Thank you. Reasonable, logical decision. I can follow that one, Unicorns of Love.
Taking a quick look at the replay. A lovely little double knockout there. Double, I imagine, from KASIK team taking shots from up the hill as well, as the Vector at that closer range will be able to control the kick. Unicorns of Love, Beast is down on the front. Mickey close by, but doesn't really have the support from Noshi right now to be able to move into position against what I imagine they expect is more of a team than just Havlik.
I mean, there's been a fair few teams there. Right now, VIRTUS.PRO and Unicorns of Love both still going against each other. Like you said, to MUERTE making that western rotation. Circle centers down towards the southeast side. So VIRTUS.PRO do have a strong spot still. Major Pride in a position to take up one of those spots. Sly Europe somehow been able to get ahead of Dagestan, in fact, who are a bit lackadaisical on their push up towards this position. Limbo Boon, Shifu out in the blue itself, Reflect with angles.
Shifu crosses to the tree, takes a bullet, but gets to cover. Actually, Keep able to get the team shots off. Reflect, they should be able to see him on the hillside there. Keep can move into position. Zone 3. It's not moving just yet. They're very close to this next circle beyond Barn. This is Kalaris' favorite position. And they're dueling across this open valley. Very, very strong sightlines towards one another. And really not good for either of them.
Yeah, for Dagestan, they need to get that knock over towards Penchik. The fact that they're able to hit that one means that getting up here, which would have been infinitely more difficult if there were sightlines down towards it, because it is just so open, would have been impossible. So getting that first knock, deciding that now's the time to just break out across is a really smart move. KASIK locked between KONINA Power at the moment. Agorazin got a really nice angle towards both of them. Has to be careful. He's just a bit more of a threat than anything. Applying pressure so the rest of KONINA Power can flush out these two players.
KONINA Power just trying to keep that suppression up. Striker mounted. Now on the bike, tries to take a swift turn, but it all goes for the worse as Fash catches him on the flush. Unicorn now last standing for KASIK team. Not really much doing there. Dagestan behind on the train, but looks like Fash has the angle there. Not really the range to deal with it though. The UMP and the DBS not really ideal for taking on the hilltop.
I mean, the UMP is pretty laser accurate, but you're right. It does have a bit of a fall off, but still one of the better weapons to be having here over on Sanhok. Surprisingly accurate weapon as well.
They're about 300 to 400 meters away though. So as you say, that fall off really does start to bite you on the UMP.
Not even any point at that point in time though, is there really? You don't want to get third-partied. Dropping those bullets through on the M4. You're alerting everyone to your position, man. Sanhok's not the place to be.
Oh.
Unicorn tries to make something happen. Agorazin just literally looks at him and he falls over. The gaze, the presence of an intimidating hunter there.
Yeah, just that little bit. See KONINA Power on that northeast side. Major Pride on a junction compound there. So is Sly Europe, but there are only two. VIRTUS.PRO on the high ground in the middle. They've had that crate resupply. It's looking pretty good. Gladiators managed to get across. I didn't even really catch how that happened, but SHOCKWAVE were not able to suppress them. And now on the western side, they've got a good foot to move towards this next circle.
Yeah, can start to make their way in. Major Pride down towards the southwest. Still in a good spot for themselves. VIRTUS.PRO, again, do we trust them, John?
I mean, this is the game that they should win in this scenario, right? They've got the overlook onto the exit south from Paradise Resort. They can see both of the compounds down the hill from them. But do we trust them? That's the question you asked. I have to throw it right back at you. I don't think I do right now.
No, I don't trust them, man. I don't trust VIRTUS.PRO and Sanhok games, man. I just can't. I can't do it. I just cannot do it. Major Pride, on the other hand, looking real strong. Not lost a single player as of yet, and inside the circle. Oh, it's a tough one.
It really is. It really is. We have to chuck in our predictions now, though. Oh, the desk have put some in. It's just you, Blank. We're waiting on you, making your call. We'll have to wait and see what you want to go for. But I understand your hesitation here. It's very, very fraught, really, with VIRTUS.PRO being the, I would say, obvious positional choice, as we've covered. But do they have that sort of gumption to move into it and keep it off those teams that are just so willing to go for this fight against them?
I mean, I think VIRTUS.PRO, they certainly have a good spot, but again, eyes all around at the moment. It'll be tough to hold off the entirety of the opposition. Gladiators moving in now from the western side. Did a really good job versus MUERTE. Waited for them to make their western rotation, and they have just clipped their wings. They blew up their vehicles, and MUERTE's suffering because of it. They tried to take a really safe rotation, but again, I think for Gladiators, they are very well aware of this type of thing happening.
They make themselves known into the circle as well. I've predicted the Gladiators, in fact, on that western side. I like their movement so far. I think they're due a chicken dinner. Two Major Pride predictions. One of them is you, Blank, on that southwest side.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw him get 4 players up here. You know, this is a gut feeling. It's a gut feeling. It's an instinctual feeling going for the double chicken dinner here. But I think I like Max's pick towards KONINA Power. I think typically teams that do well here on Sanhok are the teams on the outside edge. They're able to take advantage of a lot of the engagements and fighting. And right now they have cover coming through from Paradise Resort. They're underneath these rocks. It's a smart move. Dagestan still making their way in slowly but surely after being held up by Sly Europe, but still got their way in there.
Shift goes a little bit more north. Gladiators just with their toe in. VIRTUS.PRO still there. KONINA Power, it feels like KONINA Power are almost guaranteed at least top 3 on this sort of a circle. They have the outside of Paradise. No one's really going to push out that way, given the positions of the other teams in the circle. And they can just hold. Oh, beg your pardon. They can just hold.
NEXUS. rock around here for a little bit longer. They're getting dangerously close towards Unicorns of Love. Gladiators in themselves, a nice little rocky position. Kind of eliminates sightlines, but also makes them this hidden threat. And I think you've got to assume there's going to be a team there. Major Prize slowly moving up towards their way. They have taken a couple of shots, so you wonder who exactly has hit them on towards them.
Meanwhile, the battle for the south of Paradise Resort, which is a pretty solid position in its own right, rages on. Gladiators in the midst of these rocks. Very difficult to push towards, but Major Pride bursting the smoke. Purple actually gets an angle from VIRTUS.PRO over towards the Major Pride push. Monkey up to a close rock now, but nade sent in. Tixi on the rooftop. Matic close by. Might eat too much of the damage. The burn is good onto Monkey's position, and they force them away yet again. VIRTUS.PRO have the angles onto Major Pride, but not onto the Gladiators. And Major Pride, I think, have just lost a player as well there. In the thick of it all, Monkey's low. Yen too wide there, and Monkey falls to an aid from Tixi.
It's a struggle bus position. Kitsune takes a lot of damage, but I think this might be curtains here for Major Pride. Yen going down is bad news.
Tixi's rooftop is just so terrifying for Major Pride to move in. These rocks providing them so much cover. They have free shots towards Major Pride, and with the VIRTUS.PRO sideswipe, it's just not going to happen.
Both him and Effect both go down, so Major Pride out. 9th place. Gladiators still going strong from their spot. Circle shifts back up towards Paris Resort. Hard shift after hard shift here, John. It is real tough. But for Gladiators, they have to make a move. They do have vehicles, so this could be a decent push up towards the northeast.
I mean, they got the railgun shot into the circle, right? Those two rocks lining up to give them a runway straight in. VIRTUS.PRO taking shots. Shockwave, as you said, moved down on that western side. As Trazen now the forward guard towards the Gladiators position. VIRTUS.PRO's spot now starts to wane in power.
VIRTUS.PRO down towards the south. They will have to move out now, but luckily for them, they do have eyes on towards a lot of these positions. Good smokes come through from Gladiators, straight up towards VIRTUS.PRO's position. Single hasn't done a single thing so far, and gets railed in terms of the bullets there.
Trazen tries to take third-party shots over towards them. None of the players have fallen just yet, but I imagine that's going to change pretty soon. Gladiators will not be willing to share this, neither will VIRTUS.PRO. They've been holding it for long enough. They feel they have the claim, and rightly so. Tixi, Kitsune up on that left flank. Meku, Matic playing off one another towards off Haze. Tixi lands the shot. And Kitsune wants more towards Shockwave. Fights on two fronts now for all the Gladiators as the top of the hill ever more dangerous. Damage pouring into Meku. Will fall down, and the Gladiators are falling apart now. Kitsune, last player standing, as Shockwave absolutely ruined their day. Playing too close for comfort. Terminus is there, but he's only drawing the attention as Shockwave sweep them under the rug.
Now, KONINA Power's position looks even better than before. Again, this is... I thought this was going to be a cheeky prediction coming through from Max, honestly. I considered whether going for it myself. It's just one of those positions on the outside edge, and you imagine all this fighting is going to happen going down here.
He didn't go for
KONINA
it.
Power can push in, get all this position to themselves. It's easy pick'ems.
Unicorns of Love doing pretty well out of Paradise Resort, but they've still got a little bit more to go. And Beast going down to Nexus of all teams. It's the Lone Ranger Doran getting value, huge value, in fact, to the Unicorns of Love. Doran, did Doran just 1v4? Might have done. Shockwave still have VIRTUS.PRO to deal with. But all of their players getting taken down, though, and SnowX wants that res. Havlik is still alive, by the way. Remember, this is the player who survived in the compound in those cheeky little 1v4s, swiping out the remnants of Dark Project, and he's still in a shack.
Trazen gets taken down. Aza behind the tree, about to be pushed out. All Bolidai needs to do is keep pressuring the bullets in. Now just excuse me. Last team to remain, and KONINA Power about to pick themselves up a 10 elimination chicken dinner.
Wow, wow, wow. Incredible stuff. Havlik does get one. He's got the DBS, so if they try and push him, he's got some chops as well on the power. Has got two players out wide to deal with, but Agorazin sneaks it through. And that's what they were looking for. KONINA Power will take the chicken dinner, a vast points total on the game for them as well. after getting some heavy hits over towards plenty of teams on that northeast side.
Yeah, it made it a little bit easier by the shifts that came up their way. I mean, they were the only team out on that eastern edge, and it just got easier and easier, things went through. But again, positioned themselves in a spot that I expected more teams to take advantage of us, right, as well, because it was that eastern side of the map that no one rotated through. No one even bothered to go for it. Everyone just sending straight dead towards the center. It didn't make much sense to me, but KONINA Power, they find all the luck they need.
Big fan of the adjustment we've seen from KONINA Power coming into Sanhok here to get themselves a win on the board. Joining me, I have good old Maxman here to talk about this one. And you know what? You even went with KONINA Power. So, I mean, they looked good in this one.
There's not many teams that drop on the eastern coast on Sanhok, right, Kalaris? And there they just held on to that ridge southeast of Paradise Resort, and because no team is going to be contesting that position, you got free reign to just go for a little bit of a wider spread, which is what KONINA Power does. Of course, they get a lot more information, and then they actually rock up on that little hilltop south of Paradise Resort, so all the teams leaving that position late, they just pick up all the elims, then they get themselves full control of the east and the north, and then that high ground position. I mean, Kalaris, every time we see circles end there, whichever team is on those rocks at the end tend to get the win, and KONINA Power once again proves that point.
It's a great overlook as they get themselves 20 points on the board. We have ourselves SHOCKWAVE with 12, who were going through the wars down in the southwest side of all of these things going on. But so well done by them to get even double digits. And VIRTUS.PRO, double digits. It's rare we're seeing them get double digits here, Max, but considering the position that they had in the circle, they bloody well should have.
Yeah, good little high ground position, and a lot of teams don't really have a lot of cover when they're going to get close to them. So as you said, no, pretty easy for them, and by 3 points, I'll take it. I do also understand why you guys predicted Major Pride for you, Kalaris, and also Blank, because they were in a pretty strong compound. Unfortunately, that transition uphill against Gladiators that did leapfrog that road. It just made it a little bit rougher for them. And also, I think it was Tixi playing on the rooftop. You're just not going to be that. So I do understand the Major Pride one, but Gladiators just a little bit quicker to pull the trigger on that rotate.
Exactly. Could have been a whole different game if Major Pride had said, okay, well, let's get a move on here. Let's try and make something happen, but not to be. Let's take a look at some of the top 2 teams coming in from this game then, as well as KONINA Power. 2020 damage, oof, a few years ago, but they've done themselves proud here. And again, it does show the value of split trash dropping on Sanhok here, Max. You don't have to challenge, and I'm going to say this time and time again, you do not have to challenge for these big landmark locations. They went for a split drop. Yeah, you don't have the most amazing amount of loot and stuff like that, but 1, you're alive. 2, you've got decent options in terms of rotation, having multiple vehicles across a trash drop, and it worked out for them. It worked out.
I mean, literally every battleground has an option that if you're going for a hot drop and it's not working out and you want to change, you can go for positions around it, split up your early drop. And the thing is that's so cool about Sanhok, that these little clumps of buildings are so close to one another. You just loot for the first minute and a half, regroup, which is exactly what KONINA Power did. They got towards that road trifecta east of Paradise Resort. They were fully looted up, and they can start playing the ridges. Hot drops on Sanhok make absolutely no sense, and that's why I'm happy we've seen way less of them as we go on, especially even on Miramar too, that's been happening. So yeah, good stuff coming out from KONINA Power. They did do that split drop, regrouped, and did spread absolute dominance in this game. And look at those little high ground positions, making sure all of the east is clear. They're the only team in that position. And Unicorns of Love couldn't leave it quick enough, and then they just got wrecked at the end.
Yeah, some cheeky angles coming in from some of these players on Sanhok, like just using some of the roofs of Paradise Resort to try and shoot down some people, and it will be KONINA Power. Unfortunately, they're taking a knock or 2 towards the end, but still, when you've only got, excuse me, to have to deal with just 1 person even, I should say, from all of that. And as you said, the very important kind of rocks that are providing you such good vision down from where Paradise Resort resides to be able to blast down the rest of the lobby. And KONINA Power played it nice and slow, I think, on that east side to make this win happen.
We saw it in the past, I think, especially in some Miramar games in Phase 1, that if they are in a strong position, this is a team that can frag out, get these big top elimination heavy games. So we saw it from KONINA Power once again. Though one team I actually want to talk about, Kalaris, is SHOCKWAVE, that I've criticized a lot in the past, and I know they're not massive fans of Sanhok, but they were playing very silently this game. But though their third party onto Gladiators after their fight on Major Pride, I was loving that. They were seeming a lot more aggressive, a lot more controlling, which is a SHOCKWAVE we haven't seen much of on a Sanhok game. So it's a good little change of play style from them on this battleground, and I'm hoping we can see a bit more of that.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the overalls while we continue that discussion as well. We can look at numbers. We don't have to talk about them. You guys can see them. Because I want to continue on the SHOCKWAVE line of thought for a moment here. Because from where they were from, it could have been all too easy to say, okay, we don't have many options. Let's crash into Paradise Resort and see what we can make happen. However, when you've got NEXUS kind of being the barrier team that they were there, it's just not the more mature answer to try and find a solution here. So they did very well, I would say, on that west side to say, okay, we're going to go south. We're going to see what our options are available to us that way and make it work from there. So yeah, very well done. Very well done, Max.
So, MUERTE, as time goes on, I asked you earlier if you thought they were a 10th place team. They're still sticking to that 10th place team. So right now, at least, they are playing like a 10th place team.
Look, Max, this has backfired, all right? I got Janiro to ask me, and they haven't bloody moved since. I mean, there was a jostle slightly afterwards where they went down to 11th and then went back to 10th. And at present, if I keep asking people, are they a 10th place team, or ask me to ask me, are they a 10th place team? At the moment, I might have to say yes. Max, this is bad. I don't like it.
You just sound like that crazy person. Like, no, they're not a 10th place team, but they are right now. But you know what they can do. We saw that, especially with Malloy and Discrim last phase, they were just popping off all the time, but they just cannot get themselves in that position. I mean, they're still in 10th position. It's still going to give them some points. I think it's fair to assume they'll make it in the finals. Championship, top 8. Definitely achievable with this current roster, right? But it's not the results we'd expect from a team that was just so dominant with MADBULLS in that first phase. So yeah, a little bit of a fall off, but mostly also, as we stated on the pre-show, that so many other teams have had that massive step up, like your SHOCKWAVE, like your Game Lord, like your Major Pride, and your Gladiators. It's just so much harder now to make a spot for yourself on that top of the leaderboards.
And I need to see their bounce back come on Erangel and Miramar, because I don't like we used to consider the previous MUERTE team a Sanhok team, but I don't really consider this one to be, you know, the big puncher in Sanhok that I would say that the previous team was. But anyway, it is time to get to our penultimate game of the day. Let's go to John and Blank for more Grassy Pastures.
We've got another Erangel on the cards, Blank. We are getting straight on in. No messing, no messing. You excited for this game? Because I'm pretty ready to see some of the heavy hitters so far this phase come back into the fold.
I mean, yeah, there's been some great games today so far. Some interesting games. KONINA Power hit themselves up with a freebie. Again, Max breaks it down very well there on the desk with where they were positioned and how they wanted to finish that game out. And I mean, they had the foresight to head up there, which is the smart thing at the end of the day. But heading over towards Erangel, we've had a lot of Sosnovka finishes recently, John. I'll tell you that right now. So maybe we'll see something a bit different here on this Erangel. Maybe back to a more obvious spot. I don't think we've seen many eastern circles for a long, long while, but with this western playing path we're seeing coming down from shooting range to Sosnovka, a lot of that western side of the map, east side of the map is going to be a bit cut off now.
Could be difficult to access. The north to south plane that leans west, not very kind. Potential for some scraps around the vehicle drops. We'll see how many teams want to go there. We have seen some backup drops over towards Zaki before. I think Unicorns of Love, yeah, they are going for that this time around. Shockwave could break out towards Severny. Gladiators out and maybe drifting a little bit further away than North George. Probably going to try and snaffle away some of those vehicles, but Major Pride are pretty close by.
Yeah, pick up as many vehicles as they can. Major Pride heading down towards the southwest side of Rozhok, just towards Sunken City. Could be a position that they can play out. Decent vehicles around there as well for them to pick up, but it does feel more and more likely that we're going to get this bit of a hot shot coming through from Major Pride and Gladiators, both on a very similar position with at least one player over towards North George. And honestly, Major Pride picking up 2 vehicles and Gladiators getting away with nothing. This does not bode well, but it looks like they're just scattering, trying to head out as quickly as possible. Instantly, Matic has to pick up a vehicle to assist the rest of his teammates.
I mean, look at where Monkey and Nomi are. They're much further south. They're south of the river. Monkey near Ruins and Nomi actually breaking out just to the south of School right now on the parachute still. So definitely a difficult position to try and take the Gladiators on, especially with backup on the way. Circle will keep them on the northern side.
Yeah, nice bit of vehicles picked up though. So again, vehicles a little bit more tough to grab and get a hold of. When you head towards Sunken City, you have to encroach on MADBULLS' position on Rozhok, which generally doesn't go too well. So for Major Pride being able to pick up these vehicles now, get towards Sunken City and have a pretty effective route out of this location, it's great news.
VIRTUS.PRO. Not too happy about that news though. Folly goes down, flushed as well. Pretty swift as well. Nicely done. In a 1 versus 1 in this location was a very isolated fight. So VIRTUS.PRO did just lose the coin flip there. And now they're playing on with 3 on the western side, close to KONINA Power on their split drop on the west coast. Something that that we've talked about even in the last game that Kalaris was praising, right? These split drops up the west coast on Erangel is one of the ones that he's been talking about for a long, long time. KONINA Power will find their footing there and be able to open up well. ARR are in the way in Gatka, just a little bit ahead of them in their eastward movements in the future.
Yeah, a lot of vehicles down on this side as well. Yeah, it's a great spot. Yeah, a lot of vehicles down on this. Yeah, they're over there. There's a lot of good spots around here as well. I mean, vehicles galore in this area. So for KONINA Power, it's going to be a bit easier to get down here. And with eliminating at least 1 player from VIRTUS.PRO, happy days. It means that you're less afraid of these guys towards the middle, especially when you get a double raz down like that coming through from a Gorzin. Last bullet in the chamber, but if the last bullet, the single will see.
His teammates falling as well. 1 player now left for VIRTUS.PRO. The red dot on the AKM marks them for death. A little bit low on ammo there, but it doesn't matter. As you said, efficient with it. Keeps that west coast free. Now just purple remains.
KONINA Power controlling real nice area now on that side of the map. Yes, maybe not in the circle, but does provide them a nice little position to send off from the blocks at the beginning of their 100-meter dash. towards the circle itself for Pachinki. A little bit longer than 100 meters, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I give you that. As you say, a lot of presence on that western side. Moving a little bit more central in Rozhok. MADBULLS, Dagestan to their south, split between school and apartments. Nobody else really nearby. I imagine that could change if Game Lords want to take their path here, but might just break a little bit further south, try and play that north side of Potato Hill. Major Pride split out to their west. Shockwave, they dropped out early. They got to Zaverny early. They should be fairly looted as they make their way south in probably about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Yeah, there's a amount of time they have right now that's going to afford them quite a bit of luck, and since it's been quite a central circle, and more specifically because Nexus and MUERTE aren't playing this game, which they're probably quite happy about. This is that initial knock, really well played. They waited for them both to line up, and actually I think he got a little bit of a collateral shot there as well. Very, very well done.
Not only that, he waited for the slowdown, right? Because he was picking.
Yeah, exactly. It was really, really well done. Again, with Nexus and MUERTE not playing, this eastern side of the map completely clear. There's no one in Mill to Power, there's no one in Lipovka. So for Sly Europe, Avalanche, Game Lord, their rotations are a little bit cleaner now. They don't have to worry about those two teams barreling it in through. A lot of times together, getting a bit too entangled, having a bit of an argument as they move through in the vehicles themselves. But for Sly Europe, Avalanche, Game Lord, none of those antics from the married couple down towards the east side.
Take that bickering out of here. Not on Erangel this time around. Excuse me. With Havlik getting into second place in that last game, that was kind of crazy given his position. I mean, we spoke about it a little bit. Surviving the engagement that came through between them and I think it was Dark Project rolling down the hill, but they'd already taken a fight. I can't remember the team that they pushed into.
Doom.
Team Doom. So it was 3 teams that they survived, and VIRTUS.PRO were up the top of the hill on them. It was really, really tricky stuff for Havlik to be able to get that far. And excuse me, are a team that have been stepping up this phase.
Yeah, getting slowly but surely better. I think that when they're given those games where they can start to perform pretty well, typically they pick themselves up that chicken dinner. So again, it does take some skill to close out a game a lot of times. I think, excuse me, we're given a couple of games where it's like very easy just to march on in and pick up the pieces from a lot of engagements just concluding. So for excuse me, there have been improvements made, but I think they do need to take their own destiny into their hands at this point in time, maybe pick up some central spots, fight out for those positions. Some of their wins are now just coming in off the back of sliding in from the south or the west and being like, well, we're part of the equation now. You didn't factor in for us.
We are also here. That's a fact. Can't deny that. MADBULLS move to the compounds just to the southwest of school and apartments. Major Pride sailing in between them as well. A similar idea, and maybe looking to take the south side. I wonder if they are aware of the MADBULLS rotation. They came from similar areas. They might have spotted this, but the MADBULLS definitely know that there's players there. The players around the wall and the shots being loose definitely give the game away. But look at the 2-2 split from Major Pride right now.
Yeah, very far down towards the south side of the map, and Major Pride, maybe Monkey, as well as Yen, were looking for a place to stay. Yen has been told he has to stay now.
No choice in the matter, Monkey. Trying to break away through the trees. We'll be able to do so. But you just got to think, why go for such a wide 2-2 split for Major Pride at this stage? You know, you're looking at a lot of teams who started on this western edge, looking to push on in. Those teams on the east will be getting bolder and bolder as well. You know it's going to be conflict-ridden in the center of the circle on the sides of Pachinki. Playing 2-2, I feel like wasn't the wisest decision here.
I mean, maybe, again, quite early in the game, you could maybe look for a spot up towards that side and then call for the rest of your teams to rotate in, just scouting out 2 positions at the same time down towards yellows as well. So for Major Pride there, I think they thought they could dip much quicker than they actually did. And for Yen, it's just a bit unfortunate that MADBULLS really nail all those shots. Now Dagestan even starting to explore the possibilities around MADBULLS' position. but they understand that Potato Hill now becoming a bit more of a big feature in this map. Sly Europe currently have 2. Very difficult to hold the entirety of Potato Hill, but what you can certainly do is hold a certain edge of it. With Tenchik as well, as Reflect down towards the south side. They're guarding a lot of fronts right now, so I would expect these 2 players up on top of Potato Hill and Zashipa and Reflect. Just hold this out cautiously. Don't take too many fights, but relay that information back.
Do not want to give up too much here. Major Pride on the south coast. Shift does well for them to get away with 3. Dagestan mounting up on that western point. The western edge of the circle, a little bit fraught. ARR with 4 players on the west, just in the hills to the southwest of Pachinki. Excuse me, just behind them. Further out to the west. And behind that, near Quarry, you've actually got Gladiators rotating 2 and 2. Purple, the solo player for VIRTUS.PRO, sits by the bridge, but you imagine that's not going to be too much of a problem for any of these teams.
Yeah, pretty donezo now, sadly. For Purple, more than likely he's going to be spotted. He's going through fields right now and then into open areas, and the circle is not getting any kinder towards him.
Team Doom trying to move past Farm right now. Yeah, to take a casualty, but Avalanche are just over to their western side. Look at the traffic jam around by that southwest bridge as well. Seems to be fairly difficult for everyone involved. Excuse me, do get ahead of the game though and segment themselves away. Slither on over towards Major Pride's position. A little bit further east.
Sly Europe still holding a pretty big clump of area, I'd say, with this pretty much a 4-man split, honestly. Really good compound that Tenchik's currently holding on to, but I think this is one of the compounds that when we hit stage 3, if we center up here, I would more than likely strongly suggest that everyone regroups over towards Tenchik, because that is a really strong spot, and I imagine that teams like MADBULLS, Dagestan would all like to get in on that position. It's a position that's taken up very early. I like that Sly Europe's trying to get as much information as possible now. You see Reflect starting to get in towards the vehicle. With that circle shift, Zashipa also gets into a vehicle as well, and I think getting down towards Tenchik is now priority numero uno.
It would seem so. That's the vibes I'm getting. Team Doom, they do get spotted. 2 of them go down. Really not putting up much of a fight here. Seems like they are, maybe not willingly, but fulfilling the role which was deigned for them at the bottom of the tables for this tournament. I mean, it's unfortunate, but they just haven't shown us anything other than where they sit on this table right now. It just hasn't come through from this roster.
Game Lord, though, above them. Still rotating as 4 members. We're in Yasnaya. Had a lot of time to think about their rotation. Have decided to slow things down just a little bit, play on the edge for a little while. There's not a huge amount of positions towards the center of the circle at the moment that are, you know, game-winning spots. I think for a lot of these teams, playing on the edge is more than likely the play, and then try and sweep in from the sides. That does mean that you are more than likely going to clash with more and more teams like this, but we do have a pretty even spread right now. Gladiators want to move ahead, maybe pick up some position over here towards, excuse me, Havlik's already scouted out towards the front, but I'm pretty sure, pretty certain that excuse me has a good idea where Gladiators are, and in which case they are just going to rotate up towards that northern side. Stay clear of this one, get over the field as fast as possible, but into the hands of AAR, who are a little bit split though.
Kitsune and Tixie roll up onto the solo player here. DBS, sure, but if you're looking at the car, Kitsune is just going to slip out the side door. Nail the shots, the flush is quick. ARR lose a player, lickety split. Nothing really they can do about it. Tapok on the back lines, maybe actually getting turned on now. They look to try and cut off this rotation as Tapok needs to be careful. You can see immediately moving up north, out into the open. Sure, it's a little bit easier to take those shots, but you're putting distance between you and Gladiators, and that can save your life. More often than not, over into Pachinki. They'll hunker down in the buildings.
Yeah, I'm pretty scared by that one. Gladiators were full on for the chase. Saw that car careening away and like a couple of dogs went barking after it. Thought better of it as it turned around the corner though, and have just sat themselves back down over towards this ridge side to the south of Pachinki. Good stuff though, quick and clean. Don't get a full squad wipe, but at least clear some area for themselves going forward and have information up towards a team that just left that is at 3 players. That's going to give them some comfortable decisions later on when they realize that maybe we have to crash that team up towards our northeast, but at least we know they're down to 3 players and we have the advantage in terms of manpower.
Not too sure what Purple is banking on here, swimming around the headland. I mean, maybe you just go over to that beach on the east. But you're going to have to make landfall at some point if you want to survive further. Dagestan, Shockwave on that northern side. Unicorns of Love also with sightlines over towards the engagement. Shifu behind the tree up the top. Unicorns of Love definitely know there's a player here. Trazen chasing it down, wants to try and hunt this one. Doggedly so. Zadira down in the backlines, but the rest of Dagestan are staying alive for now. Shifu not so lucky. 2 for 2 on the trades right now as Unicorns of Love move a little bit closer, encroaching onto the ground here. As Mihi and Zero put pressure onto Keep's up ground position. Limbo Boom down, leaves just Keep alive. And now Shockwave can maybe try and put the pieces back together to mount a defense against Unicorns of Love.
Keep is going to have to be in the way of them. Dodges the first one, steps up, finds Zero. It's going well. Keep can at least get one elimination. Hits the deck again, but quickly surrounded. But that makes Unicorns of Love a 3 and gives time for Shockwave to regroup, reassess. Mickey has to push them back. Make sure they can't clamber up towards this spot, be the bouncer of this hillside.
Nades over the top. Rain down a little bit over towards Shockwave, but they are all rezzed up. Terminus can go for these heals. And the Unicorns of Love look like they want to disengage here. Don't want to overinvest on a Potato Hill position. A wide swing from Gladiators, though, comes up behind Shockwave. And could put the pressure on to allow Unicorns to re-engage from the north.
Gladiators coming through. They hear this fighting. They capitalise off the top of it. Major Pride find the knock over towards Skews in the meantime, but this is the fight that everyone has eyes on. Snowix has to hit a good grenade here. Drops it down the hillside. Might hit a good damage on the Meku, but sideswipes it in vehicle.
Meku is already taking a little bit of damage, though, so not in perfect health. Hopefully in good spirits, though, on this northern side. In the meantime, excuse me, this is southwest of the circle. It's Major Pride taking on that challenge. Only No Me left standing. And not really much more to do. Major Pride finally cut out of the equation on the south edge.
Not part of this one anymore. Excuse me, can regroup. Get themselves back to a position where maybe they push onto this hillside that's ahead of them. Gladiators would love to get rid of Shockwave now, but give them a lot of time. Look at them, most stimmed up to full HP, ready for a new fight. Still just circling at the moment though, so Shockwave not getting too much of anything done, but at the same time Gladiators are struggling with this decision of whether to mount the offensive.
Not making that decision is a decision in itself. It looks like Meku wants to maybe break the mold, get some scouting done, or draw out some shots. Not going to be good news if you hit a tree in the sightlines of Unicorns or Shockwave. Does manage to get away unscathed. Avalanche, though, up and into the fight with Slide Europe. A nade around the side. It's 4 versus 2. Make that 4 versus 1. As Slide Europe look to take control of the buildings here on the east side of the circle, in the foothills of the rolling cover that they'll see out to their west.
Slide Europe successfully defend against Avalanche, who tried to move in on their spot on their territory. Happy to control it. It's a good position still, but again, that slope up towards that western side. Bit of a struggle bus scenario. So they will have to move out at some point.
Unicorns of Love have Game Lord now to worry about. A rock up, trying to sweep the edge of the circle. And the Unicorns of Love do not have a good option now. They thought they fell back on this mountaintop. Now Game Lord have cut off probably the direction they were hoping to go. Now center more into the circle is really their only choice, unless they just want to take the fight.
KONINA Power, AR, both on that western side. Both of them not wanting to leave their compounds. I mean, they have great sight lines off towards the west, so no one's creeping up on them for the time being, so they'll be happy with that. Gladiators have this obstacle in front of them of Shockwave, and it is a full-on stalemate right now.
Gamelord have managed to get in front of the Unicorns as well. Gladiators find an opening knock towards Shockwave, and with the Unicorns a little bit more preoccupied, this is a great time for them to move forwards. Whether or not they can read that is another thing entirely. Meku takes entirely too much damage from that nade to be comfortable with, but the nades keep on going over the top, and Shockwave trying to bear the brunt of it. Not looking happy, but Tixie spotted. Terminus is there, gets a knock, trying to go for the flush, will be able to achieve it. Unicorns of Love maybe freed up a little bit as Mihi trying to swing out wide, but Shockwave are coming apart as well. Matic burnt off the tree as Terminus wants the challenge, wins it out, and goes for a second as well. Dips back, no first aid this time, but the rock will give you the cover you need to find that heal. Matic out in no man's land as Unicorns take this opportunity to move in past a third party, sail straight behind the Gladiators, maybe get a backstab onto Kitsune, and they could sweep out Meku as well. Needs to hit a drop shot, but won't be able to do so. The Unicorns take down the Gladiators. A really heads-up rotation from the Unicorns.
Yeah, good rotation from them. Shockwave in front of him, able to hold them back. A little bit of a messy engagement, I think, from Gladiators. A lot of indecision going on. Meku rolling over that grenade in the first place. It was just this mess, in my opinion. But Shockwave do a good job to hold them out. Again, still on this hillside. Unicorns of Love have to move through, but Gamelord, they hear all this action, want to get involved. Think it's just one team, but no. There's a couple here. They'll try and isolate at least Unicorns of Love and figure out what to do next. Akashi just rolling in. That's dangerous.
No fear right there, but Beast is going to go down. Akashi is resable. It needed Gamelord to back up that push, and they were there when it mattered. In the meantime, on the south side, just Beck for Excuse Me, up against the MADBULLS, who have lost Frozen. Tulika also suffering. And a nice little chop down there. Beck brings the MADBULLS to 2. And their crop is starting to get decimated now on this game. Fleekate wants the challenge, takes a little bit too much damage there, but Beck will fall finally. Zerich shuts him out over the hill. It's ARR still in the running. It's so consistent from them today.
Yeah, getting very far into the majority of these games. 3 players still alive. Most likely will take them a little bit further. I would say it's about 5 minutes ago, men's prediction. So.
Yeah, this is when Gladiators were still alive.
Yeah.
And MADBULLS still had all 4 players as well in the circle, but now they're down to 2. Sly Europe on the southeast side. We're sticking with it. We're sticking with it. Me and KLRS over on the desk. It pretty much their game to challenge KONINA Power for at this point.
Or Gamelord on the northern side. They've done really well. Cleared out the majority of those teams up there. A huge loot drop for them. Nice little third party from their Unicorns of Love came behind, but Gamelord were just waiting for their opportunity. They've done really good. I think the reason I went for Gladiators is because I know how important this spot up on Potato Hill is going to be for the rest of the game. And I hoped they would bring out some Gladiator magic, but they did not. And if they could have taken control of this, it could have been a very, very nice game for them. But instead, it's Gamelord who's up here. So, you know, if our money's on anyone, it would be Gamelord here. Obviously, no prediction, but my money is there.
That's a point for MADBULLS. Good job. 6 eliminations on the game. Top 5. Excellent performance from the MADBULLS. This is the sort of thing we wanted to see if they want to get back in the running. The MUERTE, not a 10th place team. MADBULLS started in 9th, not a 9th place team. And they are showing that here. Looking to try and push past NEXUS, Shockwave. Sly Europe are ahead of them as well, but doubt they're going to catch them this game.
They are. KONINA Power. Gamelord's got a lot on their plate right now. Everyone wants to be king of the castle. It's going to be difficult, but Gamelord currently have a chair, in which case they're looking down on everyone else. See if they can find some shots. Again, they just need to keep people at bay, so these smokes, you can see they're already starting to bloom, are going to be very important for all these teams.
Ooh, okay, Victor, a broad open side on the MADBULLS, but the range between them just a little bit too much to consistently hit those shots. Will have tagged the vehicle, however. That's going to make the MADBULLS rotation a lot harder under the purview of Sly Europe.
Sly Europe have to come out of this building. A little bit tough for them, but with 4 players, you just need to get through the teething pains of leaving this area. Again, it's locked out from a lot of different angles. It's mainly Game Lord that is going to be problematic for them. Eventually, Game Lord will have to come down the hill, which will be a bit scary. Most teams opting to not push too far, knowing that right now Game Lord do have that distinct advantage. Bolodoi does go down, but any elimination, any knock here is really good for Game Lord.
It'd be absolutely huge. KONINA Power have a really difficult ridgeline to try and burst over right now with ARR right there. It's nigh on impossible for KONINA Power really to make this unscathed. You can see they've already taken that punishment as the suppression shots just coming on through. Fash really committed to getting that res. Does make it work, but in comes ARR towards that KONINA Power ridgeline. They're just teasing at this point. Elementrix, however, takes shots from the back, gets flushed.
Narvalo moving down, as is the rest of the game though. They're looking to get this finished over towards KONINA Power. Narvalo locks the vehicle into a rock, has to get in his buddy's car. Molotov over the top, cause some chaos, cause some pandemonium. They already know there's a bit of third party going on down there from AR themselves. They can clean out this fight, maintain a lot of control, but also moving back down towards these loot crates, not a bad idea either.
I mean, this is what we saw from Game Lord in the first game, right? Going and highly prioritizing sweeping out the side towards the coastline in that instance and towards the west on this instance towards KONINA Power. Fortunately, this time they regroup back up the top of the hill and allow ARR just to sail on through and start to clean up the KONINA Power mess on the west side. If the ARR go down to boot, even better. More threats denied. And then it's only Sly and MADBULLS on their western edge.
Sanhok taking a huge amount of damage. KONINA Power might be able to get back up to 3, massively unlikely here as Bolodoi has to just send it out.
MADBULLS, they are absolutely known right now. Zerich gonna very much struggle to get on in towards this next circle. Tenchik moves closer, does get that foothold. A launching point for them. Game Lord now starting to roll down the hill. A very open cliff face this, so as much as Game Lord have the high ground, could still be very, very tricky to take on Sly Europe.
Good amount of ground ahead of them. Sly Europe have to come out from this building. MADBULLS, a little bit of issue around their side, but Fleeky removed. Tenchik has to go down here. Great shots from Narvalo. Will lay him low. Unlikely they'll get the knock flush entirely, but this fighting down here, it raises alarm bells in Game Lord's mind.
Ooh, Zashipa as well needs to drop some more smoke, get some healing done, because right now there's only one player really in fighting form against 4 from Game Lord. And the top of the hill, it's just gone so well for this roster. Second place for Sly, looking almost inevitable now as Zashipa goes down. Robs racking up the damage, as Victor's already on 6 limbs, 3 for Robs himself. Last player standing for Sly Europe. Reflect at the back to the blue. Tree not going to cover you off for too long. Does get a heal. Victor takes shots, peeks out wide for Narvalo. Gets some good damage in, but that's going to be all it wrote. Game Lord take home another, well, a chicken dinner that they deserved in game number 1 blank. They bring it back over here on the second Erangel of the day.
Yeah, I'm taking a win on that one for me. You know, a personal win. You know, the spot that I thought was really strong, and it's where they won from. So thank you, Game Lord. You proved me right once again. Love you guys. Peace. But yeah, so happy days overall for Game Lord. The mistake that they made last time, they don't make it again. They moved there and they were like, it's AR. They're doing it again. They're baiting us. We got to go back. And so they do. I'm happy with that. You know, it's a smart decision. You know, learning from mistakes on the fly is always what needs to be done. So they took a bit more of a casual approach towards the end game, and then just tried to initiate a lot of that infighting down towards the bottom of the hill. They realized that they'd cleared out practically everyone on the northern side, and that hilltop was all to their own. So anything they can force other teams in down towards the south side is good news for them.
They play together, they play as a unit, they make good decisions, and Game Lord come out on top.
Gosh golly, imagine that blank. The team in Potato Hill, as the circle moves south, is able to get the victory. I mean, it's a strong spot that they had, and they did technically push off a lot of teams from that Potato Hill position here, Max. As Game Lord, the Frenchman, get the win on the board. They're French.
and I'm on the show. I don't know how that happened. But as you said, it was not a free push for them to take Potato Hill. They had to push up onto Unicorns of Love, and Unicorns of Love was scared of Game Lord. They did not want any of that heat. They're just like, okay, we're getting breached on by Game Lord. Okay, we're going right into Gladiators. They got absolutely demolished. And then because of that, Game Lord have a little bit of a high ground position, so they can see Game Lord, they can see Gladiators, they can see Shockwave. They just eliminate their French homies, and then they take themselves the win because of that high ground position and all the angles they have. And as Blank said, to reiterate his sentiment at the end of that game, they learned from their previous mistake on that Erangel a little bit earlier today, where they knew how important it was for them to have that off angle onto slide to stop them from making it up. So that's a good improvement from Game Lord.
Yeah, really good control by the end of all of this. Let's take a look at the numbers that they're able to put on up. As, well, you can see how little battling they had to do, with Rob's only taking 32 damage. He was very happy, I can only assume, with how, I guess, simple a lot of their fights ended up being.
I'm impressed actually with how many limbs they got for how much damage they took. Like, it's going to show that their position was so strong that the fights were very one-sided. You just could not really fight back because Potato Heal, high ground position, you're just down below in the crevices and you're just going to get absolutely shot at by Game Lord. So yeah, good presence from the French squad, and almost 2k damage in this game, really once again highlighting how good of a spot they were playing throughout pretty much the entire late game.
Yeah, everybody else really kind of leaning on Sanhok numbers here on Erangel. I mean, with a lot of edge play coming into some of these final circles as well. I mean, you saw how open the downhill was from where Rob's was to where Sly was, right? And that kind of encompassed so much of those final moments in these final circles. But let's take a look at the highlights coming on in here. All to do on top of Potato Hill, as you were mentioning before, with so many teams up there and kind of being corralled into one another by Game Lord to do the fighting, and then they came and mopped everything up.
Yeah, they just made so much space and teams are just not willing to take that fight. So Game Lord, I mean, we knew this is a team that can be hyper-aggressive, and I think that this is a team that has been required throughout the past 2 seasons of PMPL, especially with the addition of all these CIS teams, to make pretty big changes to their base playstyle that was very reliant on like Victor and Novalo to just pop off and be hyper-aggressive. That's not enough anymore. Like, you need to be so quick to react to circle shifts and to be willing to go for these aggressive pushes to get control of such a good position. Like you saw there, Rob's just having such a good overview of ARR, of your KONINA powers, of Sly, of the few players of MADBULLS over on the roadside. So yeah, I think that they've been making big changes on a almost face-to-face basis. And yeah, I don't know why Becca did that push, but KONINA Power, they also had full clearance on the west, so still some decent points coming their way.
He actually caused some significant damage to him with the S12K from that range as well, which is kind of weird. He had to switch to his Scar eventually, but you know, the fact that he actually was able to put a few shots in him with that was kind of impressive. But yeah, you can see how pinned down Sly was, as you're mentioning, in these final moments. Not easy for them to be able to find any room at all there. If you're Sly, you're having to either move earlier, which you can't because other teams are pressuring you from the east side, or do exactly what just happened there. Unfortunately, lose for them as we take a look at the overall numbers, Max.
I think that Robs was already a top fragger of Phase 2 so far, and I think that with results like this that they've been able to get today on their angle more specifically, I think we can expect Victor and Robs to be still currently a top contender on the, I was going to say on the MVP list, but I'm thinking with that Miramar game of earlier, it's still probably going to be a fit. I wouldn't be too surprised if that would be the case, but yeah, I mean, it's cool because we said it always, normally it would be Novalo and Victor, but Robs has really been putting up a clinic this past second phase, so I'm really proud to see a step up from another player from the French squad.
A step up, and in-game they're stepping up time and time again as we have new skins ready to go that you can get with the Royal Pass, I believe. So let's take a cheeky peek. And there you have it, some great skins. Get yourself the Royal Pass, get it good to go. You can even get yourself a cool tank, Max. I know that you are very proficient in driving tanks.
Yes, I actually live right next to a tank museum. So I will go and maybe paint a bit on it. And I know you like painting. Maybe I'll get you to come over, Kalaris, and we'll paint the tanks as we want. Maybe make it look like one of those skins. It'll be cool. I don't
really have the tank that I've painted to hand, but eventually I suppose I should grab it and just go whilst we're actually showing that video at some point. But yeah, we'll see. For now, we've got one more match for today, Max. It will be on Miramar. Any learnings from our previous Miramar that you want to see some of these teams take into account, or do we just have Major Pride looking amazing if they're playing again, depending on the groups?
Yeah, don't fight Major Pride, I think is what we can bring up once again. They were just looking so scary on that battleground, but I mean the circle was looking good for them because of where they drop on the battleground more specifically. They know that terrain like the back of their hand, so I'm not too surprised they popped off there. But I would like to see I still want to see a big de MUERTE game. They are going to be playing this game. This last match, we're not seeing Dagestan, Sly, or Team Doom, which are not teams that we're currently looking at as like top-heavy teams in these matches. So yeah, I'm still hoping we're going to see the de MUERTE pop off with Malloy and Discrim. It hasn't happened yet, but that's the team I'm going to be looking out for this game.
Let's take a look at the overalls and get up to speed with what's happened so far, because Game Lord has now taken #1 spot. We have been bouncing left, right, and center, Max, here. It's been all over the place with teams trading that first place spot. I will say, though, for Gladiators, really not that many points coming in. They've fallen from #1 here throughout the day.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's been very top-heavy, I feel like, in these chicken dinners. Like Game Lord, how many elims? They got this previous match. Major Pride's game was 19 elims on Miramar. A lot of the lobby is just not getting those points because it's just so top-heavy. And it's interesting to see how things are going to be panning out, but I'm loving it. This second phase compared to phase 1. Phase 1, the top 3 would barely move throughout the entirety of the event between NEXUS, your de MUERTE, and MADBULLS. Now it feels like almost every few games you're going to have new teams in that top 3, top 5 position. So I'm loving it. It just goes to show, after all these teams have made changes, have adapted to the lobby a little bit more in the second phase, you have a big question mark as to who might be winning this event. And as of right now, it's hard to really tell.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how things have been going here so far. So Max is interested to see how things are going to pan out, and I, going into the next game, and interested to see if any of these teams outpan their opponents as we get into Miramar for our next one on the desert. So a huge thank you to Monster for joining us. Can't really fry up any Monster on a pan, but, you know, we'll be able to consume as much Monster as possible. He's got it! He's got it! It's one of the best ones. It's the white one. It's fantastic. It's very good flavor. Very good flavor. Great vintage there, Max. Fantastic. All right, we're heading on over to the casters here for our next match of Miramar. Let's get it done.
Oh dear, get him in the pan. Goodness me, he was cooking on that one. We are going to be getting into the final game of the day, baking in the desert sun with me and Black. We're going to be taking a look at who can take on or live up to the previous game from Major Pride.
Yeah, I mean, impossible right now, honestly. Very impossible. I think that's a one in a tournament game right there. It's going to be difficult to get back up to that side, but we will see. We will see. I would love to be proven wrong, but I don't think I will be. I'm pretty confident on that fact. Right. But yeah, heading back over towards Miramar now. Sly Europe not in. Neither is Dagestan or Team Doom, so we have a lot of very good teams here in this Miramar looking to pick up as many points as possible. And that juggle at the top between Major Pride and Game Lord, as well as AR, maybe, could be shifted up once again.
Looking for those shifts to come on through. Miramar probably the highest diversity in drop spots and plane paths that you'll see, being as big as it is. Over Los Leones to Torre Hamada keeps that east side active. We'll be looking at teams to try and find their feet here.
Yeah, so I'd be interested to see if we do get the MADBULLS back down to Puerto Paraíso. Honestly, it would be a bit of a stretch to see the Gladiators head up towards La Coperia, but again, that remains to be seen. We may get a little hot drop towards Picado. I'm not sure as of yet. Could potentially happen, but you never know. Game Lord also dropping up towards San Martin. I like this position purely because it gives them the opportunity to head down towards Picado or even cross over towards Monte Nuevo. It's a strong spot, and again, with the way they're playing, they could quite easily clear out that area of any players in that position. So, again, we'll wait for that to happen. We'll wait for that to happen. I'm proud of Game Lord today. They've done good stuff. Akashi, a blank good job for you, because I've said that maybe you were slightly down your look for the team, but honestly, proved me wrong almost instantaneously. So Game Lord right now looking like a full coalesced unit, a good team.
Hard north circle there for everyone who dropped out early. excuse me, did drop all the way down south. You can see them near Los Higos there, and in the hills south of Chumacero, which means there is not a hot drop for them in Mercado. KASIK team similarly freed up by that. Avalanche, however, looks like they're going to clash with Gladiators.
Already lost a player there. I think that's Matic going down. Classic Matic going down the first 30 seconds of the game. However, bit of a stressful scenario there for Gladiators, considering they could have maybe picked up vehicles and head towards Cobradia and had a better game off the back of it, but they go for the safe decision down towards that south side, the south of Los Leones, and unfortunately lose a player because of it, with Avalanche firmly in their area. So 3 players going forward for Gladiators with 117 points in 5th place. Will be a little bit more difficult to pick up those points to send themselves back in the running towards the next couple of days. However, not unlikely for Gladiators, considering they play so well with 3 players or even down to 2 when it's really necessary to bump those points up. I think this is the kind of thing that will give Gladiators the extra bit of confidence that they need, or at least the extra bit of pressure that they need to get some points in this game.
There's the hot drop from Matic. Yeah, just caught on the hillside. Not even sure what weapon he had there, but it's not going to matter. 3 players to send on you. Not really anything to do there. Avalanche taking a chunk out of the Gladiators' hopes for this game, which actually, on the overall standings, is also pretty important. Gladiators 5th place right now in this phase. I'm looking as well at the overall standings across all phases, which will be what counts towards the top, the final set of bonus points, of course. And at the moment, MADBULLS do still sit at the top with MUERTE starting to tumble down. Major Pride, Gladiators and Game Lord all sit pretty close together behind that, all looking to jump up past MUERTE with gaps of about 10 to 15 between each of these teams right now.
Yeah, catching up is the main thing, right? That is the thing for MADBULLS and MUERTE to be concerned with. They're being caught up right now, and PMGC points give you that real easy, depending on how many spots that we will be given here in Europe. If you can get 1st place, you are seeing a nice easy qualification spot over towards those PMGC, over towards the PMGC, so happy days. And it's really important right now with so many teams that are all capable of taking that 1st spot. This has been a cracking lobby, a cracking tournament overall, and we're only in phase 2, still got a length of the ways to go. And also 4 split, so you can't miss out on that. There's lots of PUBG Mobile. There's lots of PUBG Mobile, but right now we are having this initial part, little portion to be played right now, where you can stake a claim on who's going to make it through.
That's the idea. See if you can get ahead of the curve there. Be on the cutting edge of the tournament scene. ARR. They've been pretty cutting themselves today. We've spoke about their consistency getting towards the later parts of the game. Even on their last Erangel, the game we just had, still very much in the running and towards those late phases of those games. Currently 3rd place on this phase. They're looking pretty solid. They haven't really shone, I wouldn't say. They've had a couple of good engagements, but they are just so consistent at getting late.
Yeah, they're a scrappy team, I'd say, more than anything. When they pick up those wins, it's a case of they have been able to get their way towards the end with maybe 3 or 4 players. Oh, that's cruel. That'll show us that. That's mean. That's not right. But yeah, they're a scrappy team. When they get towards the end game, usually there are 3 or 4 players still up, and it has been one of those games that is very difficult to get towards the end game. Awkward circles, and that's where they do their best in. But a lot of times they will just scrap their way up towards a 5th, 4th place with a good amount of eliminations, and that sees them pretty safe in terms and set in terms of point allocation on that leaderboard. So I think for AR, they're an interesting team in that way. I wouldn't say that they shine. Like you said, they don't really shine in the terms of being like this golden standard team. What they do is certainly get there up towards the top. And I think with a few more improvements here and there, tweaking of the overall engine on that squad, maybe we could see another top contender coming through.
Definitely possible. I mean, they have really had an impact. I mean, Elementrix right now doing absolute bits for the roster. 2nd MVP right now in the phase, which is quite the achievement. Topping over Kitsune and Effect from Major Pride. Really, really strong stuff coming through from Elementrix. Not only that, you're backing that up with performances from players like Tapok, right, who has had such an impact in clutch scenarios for the roster, I think that this is definitely a set of names that we're going to see a lot of for quite a while now.
Yeah, I hope so. I think that they're all very, very good players. Elementrix is one of the players that surprises the most early on, and it was one of those little, just gave us an inkling of what was yet to come, where he was making these crazy moves that often ended up with teams being completely caught off guard, leading off towards those chicken dinners. Kitsune up against the MADBULLS, who have moved down from Porto Paraíso, and try and have a bit of hand over towards Gladiators. I think it is just Zerich right now, though. Dodges a couple of bullets, finds one knock, but the other players too far behind right now.
Tulika actually maybe getting an angle onto Tixi, but you've just got to think for the MADBULLS, the value of that, even getting a knock there is going to be fairly minimal in this scenario. Maybe they try and guard out further in. They're both playing with 3, assuming that the Gladiators can get this res, but it looks like Frozen might have car trouble right now. Stuck on a couple of rocks. Should be able to unwedge it, but this is a lot of time he's having to spend just getting this car unstuck. If it's even possible, looks like he is just going to be able to slide on over, but that's allowed Gladiators the full time to get resed, to get stimmed, and get healthy on the road.
Yeah, back in vehicles too, so for MADBULLS, Frozen delays them, and that delay is pretty gigantic. The rest of the team's already moving in towards that center side, Shockwave towards the middle, AAR towards the middle. Major Prime making their way over Credit Fields right now, up in the high ground, but Circle not quite decided exactly where it's going to end up just yet, John.
No, still plenty of differing attitudes for the final circles. Does center up a little bit north, just north of water treatment there. Right where Game Lords sit, just a little bit south of that. Dark Project split around them. ARR, they're already in position.
Ready, raring to go here. Solid in their spot. With a lot of that eastern side clear for them as well, they can just have sightlines off towards that west, which is a huge clump of players. You can see already, John. Already moving in. Avalanche, Luv Tati might be able to get him back up again. Game Lord also taking shots over towards Dark Project, just on the ridge side, towards the northern side of water treatment. Pretty important position to take as well, but with Game Lord already having a knock on their side, a bit awkward.
Ooh, difficult through the window. Wait has saved the pressure by the off-angle shots coming through, and 2 players down now for Game Lord. Even Esker wants to break out and get the flushes. But Wait actually spotted and knocked by Narvalo. Akashi picked up by Esker, who frags out through the door frames. Only one of the Dark Project players is down. Wait is there, has backup. Narvalo, last standing for Game Lord, and Latte from the top rope. Madness from underneath. A 1-2 punch that Game Lord cannot handle.
Yeah, I think for Game Lord, they had pretty set intentions of taking this compound, but Dark Project, yes, they were weakened in terms of their compound hold, but what they did have was a fair few off angles, which I'm not sure Game Lord were fully prepared for. Major Pride, Nomi is down. Look to pick him back up again, but Effect in the meantime, keeping tabs on Dark Project in their haunts over here on the northern side, water treatment.
Ooh, that is unfortunate for Effect. Taking shots from the high to the high ground from excuse me. That was such an important position towards Dark Project as well, having that high ground. But excuse me, dismantle that as soon as they can. And the hillside on the northwest is pretty solid for now. The question is, where do they move from there?
I think for some of these teams, it's this open ground down towards the southwest side, which is becoming a bit of a drain on resources to try and pass through. MADBULLS a bit worried themselves as they head up towards Hacienda del Patron. Stop off there for the time being, grab a coffee, take a break, kick up the feet for a brief moment at least. Nexus over towards the east alongside with Unicorns of Love, still waiting for EXO to make his way in to regroup with the squad. Really good player so far, has been propping up this team. Not quite decided on a roster as of yet, or at least a clear roster. Still having Octavian in. I don't know if that is the correct decision so far, but he still has time to prove himself. Used to be one of the best off-angle players in the game, at least in EU.
MUERTE moving up north. Making their way closer. 4 players alive for them. Avalanche behind the ridge side. Tixi spotted by Alicio. That is going no further. Should be a flush there. Whether it's the blue or the gun, doesn't really matter. Gladiator's going to lose another and bring themselves down to 2. Meku and Kitsune, 2 very, very talented players, but today we just kind of haven't seen the Gladiators perform to the standard that we've come to expect from them.
Yeah, the machine's been sputtering a little bit over on the Gladiators side. Not seeing some of the typical engagements we expect from them. They've been making still some good plays. It's been producing some good products here and there. For instance, the complete holdout over on Sanhok versus MUERTE was excellent, but it's that initial rotation, first good play, and then chugging on from there that Gladiators seem to have a bit of a problem with. Avalanche lose the Tati to a fall. KASIK in the meantime taking shots and grenades over towards KONINA Power. Pretty good start, but equally busted up here.
Really both tearing each other apart. MADBULLS might have an opening to make their way in. Avalanche are far behind them. Neku just got spotted as well. Gladiators down to 1 in the meantime. KASIK team, that is MADBULLS starting to chime in onto the engagement. There's Tulika and Frozen rolling over in the vehicles. KASIK down the longhouse. Wants to keep the hallway covered. MADBULLS going to take this opportunity to drop Tulika off. VK and Frozen down the hill. All 3 of the MADBULLS are going to engage in onto this one. They only have those 3 players remaining. KASIK on the hills, on the windowsill, trying to hold the nade. Will be able to keep it at bay for now, but the MADBULLS are also into this building. This is 3 teams now playing on the inside of this building, and SHOCKWAVE want to make it 4. Aza rolls on down with the rest of the team in tow, and the south side is getting so hot.
Yeah, real rough here. Tulika at least finds one. Apolodai goes down. Fleeke will finish. Understands that time's not really with them. With Aza on the outside and SHOCKWAVE there, 2 players remain from KASIK and KONINA Power. Fash, ultimately a pretty clutch member of KONINA Power. Not exactly a player I'd like to contend with, even on the best of days. KASIK sending away though. Trying to maintain himself for a better placement in this game. Unicorns love even swiping down on this south side now.
It's got to be at least 5 or 6 teams who have been in this sort of micro-engagement on the south side. It's teams like VIRTUS.PRO who are just so happy about this because they're like, okay, you guys deal with each other. You guys shred each other down. We'll see you later into this next circle. Dark Project can regroup up to the north side or even hold this hill on the west as well. It's really a lot to play with for them.
Fash been deadly quiet. Didn't really make a single noise, held his breath the entire time, and it's worked out for him, even though the lack of oxygen probably got to the brain, but certainly didn't get to his trigger finger, or indeed his concentration. Drops himself another first aid kit, will keep himself slightly healthier now.
Fash, Molotov. Launched on towards the MADBULLS position, wants to burn them away, wants to cancel some reses, reposition them, but they fall short of the mark. Fleeke looks for the res, will continue to do so. Avalanche now take the opportunity to move down towards SHOCKWAVE. So yeah, their health bars are shredded away. Very, very few meds. CJ loading up that DBS. That indicates to me they're going for a crash and they're going for it soon. In the meantime, Dark Project trying to hold off the MUERTE and doing well so far. First knock, second knock. This Scrim, the last to stand, will fall 2 in the face of Dark Project, and they're 8 eliminations now.
Yeah, 3v4 as well there. Ivanesco already set themselves up with a nice position down towards the center of the circle in a compound that is going to be difficult to get them out of. I think for Nexus, they might want to crunch on that one. The fact that Dark Project's still staying up here really speaks to the confidence of this squad right now. They've been fairly quiet the majority of the phase. Had some good games before, but that has slowly been whittled away on their side. I think that rotating now, though, trying to clear as much as possible is fine, but next circle, head down towards Ivanesco, pick up that position if we get that center up.
I mean, it's at this stage that Ivaneska is going to start to be incredibly vulnerable from teams on that eastern side looking to push past the VIRTUS.PRO position. You should be worried. It'll be difficult. Everybody on the south suffering. Nobody has escaped from this unscathed at this stage. ARR, on this south side, they have actually managed to just weather this storm, stay out of it entirely somehow, and stay alive with 4 on the south edge.
Scary, right, man? That's scary to me. I don't know. AR with 4 players in the game with a really horrible terrain ahead of them. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. They're a scrappy team. They love these kind of games.
For sure. MADBULLS 8 eliminations and still going with 10 teams remaining. This is a really, really solid game from them so far, but Dark Project put them to shame almost. All 4 of their players are alive and they've got 8 as well.
I mean, this is a Fleek game, right? It's Fleek just doing Fleek things, right? He just remains as long as possible. I think he's one of the players at the moment that is really propping up the squad. Some of the other players like Zerich have fallen off just a wee bit, but I think Fleek stayed strong throughout the entire thing. Does feel like he's playing on to MUERTE of old, though, really the only good player on the team. I'm only joking, I'm only joking.
He's not joking. He's not joking at all. That's what he's saying. I've heard him. He says that all the time. He just doesn't say it on broadcast.
I think MADBULLS can bring it back, but right now Fleek is certainly being that linchpin. He's holding them together right now. Team's glue.
That's what you need. When things get sticky, that is a really solid circle for Dark Project right there. They have that high ground position that overlooks so much to the east. The worry, as I said before, for me, is Ivaneska getting rolled up on.
I mean, certainly could do. I certainly have an opportunity to pick up that position that Trazen's currently holding. Elementrix scouting that in the meantime. A lot of its players have to just face the music and launch themselves off the side of this cliff on Dark Project, but at least they can wait here for a bit longer. Again, the Dark Project, you are right. They've been pretty greedy here. The avarice is strong within this one. Like a couple of goblins refusing to let go of this spot. Finally, they send Madness down towards Ivaneska, leave 2 up top side. It's dangerous, man. I love it.
Major Pride still up there as well. I don't think Major Pride are committing to going across. With 3 players, they feel like they might have that disadvantage. There's third parties potentially that Dark Project are much more safe from in their end of the compound. So Major Pride stepping forward would probably be a mistake. You think you can go for 2 and 2. It's bold, but I do like it here. Mickey, Noshi jumping over the ridgeline and doing well for it. A nice save there. A couple of bullets caught by the vehicle and maybe keeping Mihi in the mix of it. With Noshi going down, very important to have that. Kapahala waiting for the team shots of Hayes. Is going to be under pressure, but not quite enough there. It was just Kapahala taking those shots. Won't be able to land it. The burn's good for 1. CJ actually able to pick up that knock over onto ARR. The Unicorns of Love trying to guard them out as well.
It's happened twice in a row now.
Oh,
I feel like Unicorns Love is targeting me.
I think you know.
Sure they are.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think they are. I think they're doing this on purpose, man. This is ridiculous.
ARR.
That's ridiculous. Come on, Unicorns Love. Can I just get one prediction? Like one of the teams just to be allowed in the circle. Anyway, Elementrix, Tapok, last remaining. Unicorns of Love really hampered them there. I'm not sure why.
These are the 2 you want.
Yeah, they are. I'm just not sure why AR didn't go and scout out Trazen. They had this weird lineup as well versus Unicorns of Love. It felt a little bit messy.
Gonna scout now. Tapok running straight into his face. Nexus on the northeast side want to move down and deal with VIRTUS.PRO first, seemingly, or at least get some information that way. They have had sightlines. Oh, they definitely know Ivaneska's there for Dark Project. Avalanche in the meantime have pushed up to the back where Major Pride did hold for a long time. Excuse me, further up on the northwest, I don't think we talked about them a lot in this circle or in this match really. They have a strong spot on this hillside with a lot of flexibility.
Oh yeah, I mean, excuse me, tend to do quite well on these types of games on Miramar. I'm not going to lie to you. This is typically where they find the most success, is just chilling out on the edge and then moving in towards the end after all these teams are taking shots. Elementrix finds 1 knocko towards Unicorns of Love, a little bit of retribution on his part. I'm happy for it. You take that one. And now Nexus getting involved as well, as Elementrix just watches the world burn around Unicorns.
It's going well for that hold. Tapok actually gets Trazen, takes Shockwave out. Next circle leaves Dark Project compound in. You imagine this is where you have to send it, and you have to send it ahead of, excuse me, Woodson trying to hold off against Yen. 3 players still on the hold here for Major Pride. I want to conclude this fast to be able to get a chance of getting down this hillside, but CJ gets spotted as Dark Project move in. They want to third-party this, cover their flank, and move on in as soon as they can.
All 3 still up and kicking. Wait sends grenades over the top. Dark Project looking to add a little bit of a extra insult to injury down here. They can find at least 1 knock, it's good news. Alicio finally falling.
Major Pride conclude the fight, but excuse me, are looking to take up the position. Can Latte get across? Is he going to draw enough fire away to allow Wait to be able to get across too? Looks like Dark Project successfully regroup down the hill. Excuse me, take up the position they had, but with the circle closing as it does, they are going to only be there to serve Dark Project as bodyguards.
I think Major Pride have made a bit of a decision to head down towards Tapok's spot. Elementrix, though, sends far up towards underneath the cliffside of, excuse me, an interesting play, and Tapok looks like he's going to join them. With 1 knock over towards Monkey as well. The players that spotted AAR in a bit of worse for wear now.
It's just a bit of a fleek game for MADBULLS, isn't it? On the southwest side, taking that shot over towards Monkey. Yen and Nomi not really repositioning just yet. And out this far in the blue, you're probably not getting this res. So Major Pride likely down to 2. Nexus rolling up. Mihi spotting 3 players from Unicorns of Love. Find Kapahala. Mihi taking a lot of damage, will get taken down there. It's actually ARR who are still taking shots out towards them. They want their revenge. Blank, you're cheering them on, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, punish this. This is unacceptable behavior. You can't see my prediction then go for the team I'm predicting. All right, this has happened too many times now. I'm not having it anymore. Anyway, Unicorns of Love, though, still trying to get in.
Access to the spreadsheet.
Exactly, man. Still trying to get in towards this Nexus position. Nexus doing a good job to hold them at bay. Right now, AAR is like 2-man armying it. Wait actually sends up top with Dark Project. Looks to add a little bit more pressure down towards the excuse me gang. I mean, they are being bold right now. This isn't even courageous anymore, but still he finds a knock.
That is absolutely insane. Wait is being so ballsy.
It's cheeky.
It's a backstab here. It really is. I mean, it's more than that. I mean, you have to be so confident in your surroundings to be able to pull something off like this. You know that you can cover this crossing as well with the sightlines that you have from down the hill. These smokes, if they start to bloom, I imagine Wait will reposition, and this blue zone push as well is going to slow things down. But the time it's taken to deal with Wait's position, it's just not going to play well. Even Esker, is he going for ARR right now? Are they going to try and play up the hill and play 2-2 again? This is nuts.
Yeah, I mean, escaping from that compound, though, on the northern side, if it moves away from them, is difficult. So I imagine if it lands back on top of them, Ivaneska and Wait will most likely move back. But now they've opened themselves up a little bit. But Latte providing great cover down towards the side. Ivaneska and Wait just need to get back into position, but they could equally just fight this one out.
Depends what happens on this eastern side. If there's a 4-player roster or a 3-player roster that stays alive at the end, it will be dangerous, but right now it's 2v2. The Unicorns doing well against Nexus. Octavian now the last standing. As 2 players stand for Unicorns. Doran flush away. Octavian playing by the car. Teammate nowhere nearby. Noshi and Mihi both want to put the pain down. That flush is going to come oh too soon for Nexus.
Dark Project still playing this 2-2. It's really strong. It's working out well. They're just causing chaos. Really making sure that Major Pride and excuse me both can't find themselves anything too good of an outcome out of this one. They know that excuse me had a lot of players still remaining. Dark Project moved down though. Ivaneska and Wait up towards AAR's position. Nomi gets knocked. That's along the way from excuse me.
Goodness me, Octavian finally handled. Will be flushed away. Major Pride also taking heavy punishment. Just Yen remains. Excuse me, are taking a knock. And ARR, they are still fragging out. Tapok finally falls and ARR with them. Excuse me, heavy shots coming through. This is the power of this 2-2. But now the teams are going to start to crash. Luckily, there's only 2 from Unicorns. The 2 remaining from Excuse Me are under pressure from them. And this is such a masterfully played final circle from Dark Project. Havlik getting flushed away slower and slower. A heal comes through from Beck. Furia tries to reposition, but this is just... This is masterful PUBG Mobile from Dark Project.
This is dangerous, though. It really is dangerous. Fleek finds at least 1 from Excuse Me. Waits up on high. They will have to move off this building. If Ivaneska gets down, though, which is important, Fury is out in the open. Has to step up if you want to hit something.
It is just the one. 13 eliminations. We said who can stand up to the earlier Miramar performance coming through from Major Pride. Well, they want to crack at it. 13 eliminations. With all 4 of them left standing. Only 3 left on the lobby, so 16 is their maximum right now, Blank. But you know what? You take those. Fleek, in the meantime, racked up 11 eliminations here as a solo for so long. It's just been a thorn in the side. Even Esker spotted by me. He immediately traded. Beautifully found there from Latte to trade off those players, and you will do that in this scenario. Obviously, it's not favorable, but you know you have these numbers. Mihi flushed by Latte. And they have that high ground under control. Again, this 2-2 split still in effect, as even Esker does finally get flushed. Solo players are all they have to worry about as 3.
Eventually, Latte and Madness will have to move out this building. This big split, you know, with little information is a little bit dangerous. And Fleek's actually got an insane spot right now. Can move slightly further forward. Wait out in the open. Noshi's kind of condemned himself on that side, though. That's the only unfortunate thing. Wonder if they spotted him there. That is a...
Winners 1v1.
Yeah.
Is he aware that there's a player up there? I imagine. Fleek, no, spotted. Noshi.
Oh, he was his only hope as well.
Wait got it. Wait got that one with a nade. He pinched it. Took it off back, and yeah, Noshi gives the position up. They probably already knew it. Looks for the challenge. Moves up and probably does the best thing possible. Isolates a 1v1, but Latte has the side swipe, and Dark Project dominate from the cliff face on Miramar. What a way to close that day down.
Yeah, a really nice play from that. Again, greedy as anything, but it works out in the end. They pick up a lot of eliminations off the back of it. And sometimes you have to be greedy to start jumping up. If you don't find those eliminations, you're not going to send yourself that far up the leaderboard. So for Dark Project, that was a much-needed win at the end of the day. I kind of expected someone like MUERTE to stand up towards the end of the day. That's what they've been doing recently. But again, they are falling further and further down. They're an 11th place team now.
11th place team. First place on the game, though, goes to Dark Project with a raucous victory from their dominant compound on Miramar.
Okay, I was just doing some mime, it's fine. We have got ourselves Dark Project getting a fantastic victory off the back of a 2-2 control coming in from them across compounds and bridges alike. Max Man, won us again. What is with your predictions, man? You're the clairvoyant oracle of the day.
I don't know. I'm just eclipsing the competition today when it comes to my predictions. I don't know what's been happening, but I'm happy it worked out the way it has. And as you were saying also during that game, I was happy that we saw Dark Project hold that split. But the fact that they held on to that split for as long as they actually did, and they had, I think it was a duo of Ivaneska and Wait that was sent over to the western ridgeline, and the fact that they were just able to third-party every fight while also offering a second angle for their team and also offering extra information was just so good. So yeah, it's a hard split to make work out, but they just pulled it off to almost perfection, except for Ivaneska maybe overstepping his welcome once at the late game there, but Wait definitely held that ground in the south so well.
They hold their ground, just like Monster Energy holds the ground here for PMPL Europe. So a big thank you to them for joining us here for all of the action, all of the games, all of the awesome tournament as it continues on. Max has got himself that cheeky white monster ready to go. I think
it's empty.
Do we have white monsters? I think we have white monsters. Natalia, grab me a white monster right now. Okay. Okay, this is live. We're doing this live. We've got Dark Project #1 up at the top, 26 points for this game, and MADBULLS 16 points behind it. They have had a very up and down day for Miramar, I do believe.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, that even if they don't get a lot of even though it's 5 placement points, it's still pretty decent when you think about it. A 3rd place up there, but it's the fact that even if they go out quote-unquote early compared to some of the other teams, they're still able to just get himself those eliminations. I mean, I'd love to see the proportion of eliminations compared to placement point for MADBULLS, because I think today it is very heavily elimination focused for them. So we'll have to see. On the lower side, Game Lord, Shockwave, 16th, 15th respectively. No, the French can have a little bit of a break day. You know what? It's a Friday. Some of the people in France are going to be having bank holidays today, so okay, it's fine.
Europe really likes Easter holiday. I don't know, man. It's for me as a UK boy, I'm just like, I just get a chocolate egg and eat that. That's it. It's done. But anyway, we've got, let's say here, 7 eliminations coming his way, and also 2,600 damage here by Dark Project. This is something, Max, that I was sort of hoping from Dark Project a lot earlier in the tournament, but it didn't quite materialize. And now here with a nice win, maybe this could be the spark.
I think you were talking about that quite a bit with Genero at the start of this phase. That like they did have a little bit of a, they did slow down pretty significantly at the start of the second phase, not able to really have the results we saw from them in phase 1. But these type of games and that split, I think it was executed just so well. That yeah, maybe this is the game just going to bring that momentum for the side of Dark Project, because we know what this team can do. This is a roster with individual players that have shown absolute prowess in previous seasons of like PMPL, if it's in CIS or PMEC. So they're looking great in that game. So I'm just hoping it's not just going to be a one-off. I'm hoping we can see a continuation of this in the next 2 days.
Yeah. And let's take a look at who has won the day for now, as we've got plenty of winners to boot, all different in fact. I will say though that AR are constantly relevant in a lot of these games from the start of the day to the end of their games here, Max. We saw them being able to bump up the leaderboards quite nicely throughout the day.
I gotta say, this is potentially one of the days I've enjoyed the most, because every game finish has had like some really intricate moments that teams had to do, like your KONINA Power finish controlling the eastern side and the south of Paradise Resort for KONINA Power to get themselves the win at the end. Game Lord, also a strong performance on their Erangel a little bit earlier today in the day. And actually talking about Game Lord, right? 2 really strong performances over on Erangel, right? Sure, ARR do secure themselves the win on game number 1, but they're still making that top 3 finish. So yeah, Game Lord also a strong day today with ARR.
Max, guess what? The white monster is present. Yeah, it is. Yes.
Oh,
okay. Excited. Oh, we've got ourselves a good time on the way. But who is our MVP here for the day? I actually think, whilst we're both currently thinking effects, I can read your mind, yes. I think it's a bit closer than it might sound. What do you think?
I was thinking, so I think it might, because of how consistent they've been. We talked about ARR and Game Lord just now. We had that big pop-off day from MADBULLS, so I'm thinking Robs from Game Lord, even though I think Elementrix is also a good pick, but I'm going to go with Robs from Game Lord.
I think I want to look at the stats overall after this, but I think it's going to be really close between like 4 players or something like that. But let's see who it is then, because I guess I'm going with effect. No, it's Elementrix. Damn. I mean, I think he's been able to take it twice here throughout the tournament so far, or was very close one day and then just kind of pipped at the post. But damn, what a great day by ARR, right?
Yeah, you really know why Tapok in the interviews was saying that Elementrix was the best duo you can ask for, because he's blasting. He really is, Kalaris. He's just popping off. And he had this game, especially on game number 1, where he was just fell down. I thought it was a mistake, but it was actually a happy little accident, because he just got a bunch of limbs off the back of that one. And he was able to climb his way back up, secured himself the win. So yeah, ARR, you know, a team that had a lot of question marks around them as to how this team would perform in this PMPL landscape for Europe. And I would say, slowly but surely, this team has become potentially a favorite for a lot of people at home, and this is a team that I'm looking forward to see play in every single match now, and I want to see if they can, you know, keep these type of results rolling in.
Listen to Max trying to appeal to the painting side of Kalaris. It's a happy little accidents. All right. Well, let's take a look at those overalls as well. We have had a constant shift of that first place going down. And look how close it is at the end of day number 4 here for phase 2. It's 138 points, 137 points, 136 points between 1, 2, and 3, Max. It couldn't have worked out any better.
Yeah, a little bit of a conga line happening in the top 3 position for Major Pride, Game Lord, and ARR. And that's the thing, is that it's still so close for the teams below with your MADBULLS, excuse me, that tomorrow, top 3 might be completely different teams. After phase 1, phase 2 is a lot closer in terms of competition towards the top of the tables, though. As we go lower, no, MUERTE, clearly not a 10th place team anymore. Now they're in 12th.
Damn it.
We're still not seeing that resurgence we wanted to see, but when are MUERTE going to wake up? It's not been today.
I will say they're, especially for this phase, time is definitely running out for them to wake up, right?
Yeah.
When you compare their performance from phase 1, where they were looking machine-like, they were looking like they were able to always get into top 4s, top 5s, but now a shadow of their former selves at the moment, which I'm hoping is recouped in the next 2 days.
It is weird because having the interview with Discrim, they were feeling still really good. Apparently the morale of the team was still really high, but I don't know, something still feels off for the MUERTE, so I want to see if we're going to see and expect changes in the next few days.
Maybe. Let's take a look at those prediction overalls then, because apparently for me, it's been the worst day that I've had in about 3 years. 2 points compared to Max's 11. What did I do, Max? Oh my God.
Look at the pictures. Look at the pictures. I'm not even looking at you. Just nowhere. You're just not even close, mate. I don't know what's going on, but 11 points for me. I'll take it. And Blank was there, I guess. He's cool. He's a cool guy, Blank. Yeah.
That's actually true. Blank was truly horrific. I was bad, but Blank, he fell off a cliff. What's happened?
He did 2022 Maxman performance there in terms of predictions. I don't know. And that is not a compliment. I'll tell you that.
Proper rough. Well, you guys over on social media can get involved as well. You can join us on all the platforms. You can go to Facebook, Twitch, TikTok, Instagram. Screenshot this as well, because you need to be able to take that QR code and head on over with the hashtag PMPL EU as well. And we also have giveaways going down, Max. What do you think about that?
Yes, we got a giveaway post up right now, actually, over on Instagram, Esports PUBGM EU. And if you tell us which player you think will be the MVP, you might be winning some cool skins. You can choose actually which one you want. So do it right now and keep your DMs open so I can slide in them.
Hopefully not for this MVP, which we just announced for the day.
Entire event.
Okay, phew. Oh, geez. I was like, well, it would have been pretty easy then, wouldn't it? But all right. Well, Max, thank you very much for joining me here today. Thank you to John and Blank for bringing all of the games to you. You guys head on over. Turkey is still ongoing. Plenty more PUBG Mobile action for esports to go. We'll see you tomorrow here back at EU for more PUBG Mobile action.